Hi, I'm Nadia Combs, Chair of the Hillsborough County School Board. I want to welcome you to Hillsborough County Public Schools. We serve more than 200,000 students. That includes children in preschool through adults in our workforce program.
I'm Henry Shake Washington, the Board Vice Chair. Our district is the 7th largest in America, and our team is made up of more than 24,000 people working at nearly 250 sites across the county.
Our district is diverse and dedicated. Our board meetings are held in our board auditorium on select Tuesdays at 4 p.m. The best way to serve our students and our community is to involve you, the public, in what we do.
You are welcome to email or meet with any of our board members and follow our district on social media. Board meetings are covered live by Hillsborough Schools TV on Spectrum Cable Channel 635 and Frontier Cable Channel 32.
Meetings are also streamed live on our website at hillsboroughschools.org. Closed captioning is provided on all broadcasts, and past meetings are available in our online archive.
We are interested in what the public has to say. We'll include time for audience comments before we address our business items. Our agenda and any supporting materials can be viewed online in advance. They are posted 7 days before each meeting on our website at hillsboroughschools.org.
Our vision is preparing students for life, and that means all students, every day. Todos los estudiantes, todos los días. Thank you for your interest in education. With your help, we're making decisions that shape our community's future.
The board meeting of February 21st, 2023 is called to order. Member Washington will now lead us in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Now please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Washington will now please acknowledge our student entertainment.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the Howard W. Blake High School Yellow Jackets dance team, along with dance instructor Kelly Rail and Albano Armador and Principal Valerie Newton. Now, these wonderful ladies did a great job performing. Now I would like for them to introduce themselves to all this wonderful audience we have.
Hello, my name is Angelica Reyes, and I'm in the 12th grade.
My name is Kylie Small, and I'm in the 12th grade.
My name is Madison Sharif, and I'm in the 12th grade.
My name is Charisma Garcia, and I'm in the 12th grade.
My name is Jocelyn Lawson, and I'm in the 12th grade.
My name is Demore Shorter, and I'm in the 12th grade.
My name is Sophia Patino, and I'm in the 11th grade.
My name is Tallulah Powers, and I'm in 11th grade.
My name is Rachel Jones, and I'm in 11th grade.
My name is Anaya Mayo, and I'm in 11th grade.
My name is Kaden Rail, and I'm in 10th grade.
My name is Lily Winterek, and I'm in 10th grade.
My name is Audrey Morgan, and I'm in 10th grade.
My name is Dalia Kalaxazov, and I'm in 9th grade.
My name is Yuri Stevens, and I'm in 9th grade.
My name is Nadia Monet, and I'm in 9th grade.
My name is Sabrina McKenzie, and I am in 9th grade.
My name is Alicia Brooks, and I'm in 9th grade.
Hello, my name is Albena Arnaudova, and I have the pleasure of teaching ballet.
And hello, good afternoon. My name is Kelly Rail, and I have the pleasure of teaching modern dance and choreography.
Good afternoon. I'm Nikita Williams, and I am the principal secretary.
Wait a minute. Good afternoon. I am Valerie Newton. I am the proud principal of this beautiful young group of students, and we thank you so much for this opportunity.
Parents, if you would like to, please come up and take pictures.
I just want to stand up because they can't see us. Let's stand up so they can see us.
Thank you. Good job. Great job.
Thank you, ladies. Amazing, amazing job. It was just such a great way to start our board meeting, seeing all the talent. Congratulations.
Come over there.
Yes. Yeah, thank you to the instructors. Thank you so much. We have no withdrawn items today. I need a motion, a second to adopt the agenda. I have a motion by Member Gray, and I have a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Let the record reflect that all board members are present. We have 3 sets of minutes to be approved today. January 12, 2023, special called board hearing. January 24, 2023, school board meeting. February 9, 2023, school board meeting. I need a motion, a second to approve the minutes. I have a motion by Member Vaughn, and I have a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? If not, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Board members, I'd like to go over the format of today's meeting. As a reminder, we're a nonpartisan board who believe all children can be empowered to learn to succeed, and our decisions will be made with that understanding. To pave the way for efficient and effective agenda statements and or questions, board members will have 5 minutes to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. Afterward, the superintendent can respond. If you have further questions, you're asked to get back into the queue. Member Washington will now read the board guidelines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we begin this afternoon meeting, let me quickly review the format of our school board meetings. Please silence all electronic devices. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow board members to hear the meeting upon stepping away from the dais. This meeting can be viewed with closed caption on live webcast on cable TV, and on video monitors here in the auditorium. It also can be viewed with closed caption in the online video archives.
Thank you, Member Washington. We have one item scheduled for time certain, and that's 6 o'clock employee input. We will now begin public comment. The board welcomes comments from citizens and values your input to the board. In order to provide the most comprehensive response to your comments, our staff will follow up with you and will keep our board informed about the responses. Our school board respects the public's right to speak to the board, and we appreciate you taking the time to be here. However, it is requested when you address the board, comments are not directed personally against a board member or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. Any behavior intended to interrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting will not be allowed. Our civility policy is in place. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. This afternoon, each speaker will have 3 minutes. Reminder that your 3 minutes start when you begin speaking. When there are 30 seconds left, you'll see a yellow light on the lectern and a red light in the chime will indicate when your time is up. I will now call up the first 5 speakers. First speaker, please come on up. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Guilherme Baratti, and I want to thank Mr. Davis for taking the community feedback and proposing scenario 4 that works for North Bonaire, for my neighborhood, for the new school boundaries. Now, I was a little confused by some reactions I saw on the workshop last week. We were asked to provide feedback. We were asked to engage, to come to these meetings and speak. And after doing so, it felt like we were targeted for coming here and speaking on behalf of our kids, our community, and things got a little personal. So that got me a little confused about addressing the issue, following the process we were asked for, and then getting things on a personal level for our neighborhood. So I wanted to bring it back. I want to bring the discussion back to the points the process had proposed. So for our neighborhood and all others, the points were school utilization, distance to school, community stability, and financials. And I want to talk about these points from the perspective of our neighborhood, North Bonaire, and scenario 2, because it was brought up during the workshop. So number 1, utilization. So for our area, there are 3 initiatives that might help with that issue, and those are the recertification of addresses for school attendance, the new K-8 school being built on Manhattan Avenue, and then a lot of investments that are being done on the Robinson High School that might attract students to that school. The number 2 is distance. So for middle school, in scenario 2, distance would increase by 3-fold for middle school from where we have now. We talked a lot about high school, but middle school would be over 3 times the distance it is today. And for high school, it would be marginally closer, but to a school that's across the interstate. Number 3 is community stability. And middle school would put our kids in 2 completely different parts of town between elementary school and middle school. And lastly, the financials. Our move was considered based on utilization, but scenario 2 savings were also not certified by Hillsborough Public School staff, while scenario 4 was. So I want to thank Mr. Davis and say that scenario 4 works for North Bonaire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Antonio Onisi. In case you have not read the email from Debbie Hunt about the Renaissance Mayan app you are discussing and voting on today, my first concern is the assertion that almost 79,000 books have been read in almost 30,000 hours, as noted in your agenda package. This equates to less than 30 minutes per book on average. There are very few books in any public school libraries which can be read in less than 30 minutes. It most likely means the students are not really reading the books. More likely, they are just flipping through the pages to make it look like it was read. Or possibly the app's tracking is flawed, and fewer books are being accessed and read than the app measures. Either way, using this as a gauge of the success of improving reading literacy is inaccurate. My second concern is the ease with which a student can access book titles in other districts and in states. Although they cannot physically read those books, one student accessed several counties in Florida and in Michigan. My final concern is the number of books with pornography in them that other counties are removing based on Florida statutes due to explicit sexual content. And yet, in our county, you are not removing the books in the school libraries that are in clear violation of those Florida statutes. This board is quick to interrupt parents and residents when they read a portion of those books allowed at board meetings because children are present or may listen to the board meeting later. If it is not appropriate to be read out loud in public, it is not appropriate to be read by a student. The vote on the Mayan app should be deferred today until the board can assure the parents and residents of Hillsborough County that the books accessed through this app follow Florida statutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, dear board members and the superintendent. My name is Emma Roji, and I live in the North Bonaire area. I'm here today to advocate for scenario 4. As a parent and a taxpayer who supports the school, it is my responsibility to provide you my input to help make the best decision possible for my children. I'm proud to be here to make a stand for my kids' education. They cannot be here because they need to be at school. And I'm here to represent my neighbors. They cannot be here because every one of us needs to be at work on a Tuesday afternoon at 4. And it's not easy for us to be here to speak and even to just present. Because we're working class family, we have to make a living. And we will have to work hard to support our family. Our family moved to North Balnair area about 6 years ago to get in the schools of the choice: Grady Elementary, Coleman Middle, and Plant High. And like all our neighbors, we invested 100% in our kids' education, not because we are rich, but because we care about our kids' education. Today, my 16-year-old is a sophomore at Plant High, and he's an active member at the Plant Beta Honor Club, and he's an athlete in rowing. And my 13-year-old son is a 7th grader at Coleman. They love the schools. Let me assure you, they will not leave their school. And there was a lot of talk about racial equity from other districts. That is an excellent point. As a minority myself, I care very much about racial equity and diversity. And let me assure you that our neighborhood, West Shore Palms and North Balnair, have some of the most diverse working class families left at the plant. Well, also our neighborhood is also a mix of low income and medium income, not families. So, as I mentioned, we're a working class family. It makes perfect sense to keep my community in the plant feed, so to make the plant diverse and to achieve more racial equity. If you care about racial equity, please keep our community in the plant feed. So last, I would say, please vote for scenario 4 if you care about our kids.
Thank you. Next speaker, and if the next 5 speakers will line up, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Danielle Kachi. I'll reintroduce myself. I was born and raised in Tampa. My family, who's Hispanic, grew up in West Tampa, and they moved around to a lot of different schools because of boundary changes back in the day, but they ended up attending Lato and Jefferson. My husband and I graduated from Plant. We're hoping that our daughter will be able to follow in the same footsteps as us and attend Plant and its feeder schools. I want to especially thank those of you who showed up and listened to all of the families in Hillsborough County, especially the diverse working class in North Balnair and West Shore Palms, where I'm from. It was really hard listening and disheartening to listen to that workshop last week. Some were seemingly criticized for standing up for our children, and there was talk about going back to other scenarios that didn't have broad community support, and they were a guess at cost savings, while scenario 4 has been the only one, I believe, that's been reviewed by the CFO. You asked for community input, and it was in a short time frame, we know, but families emailed. We showed up at these board meetings. We commented on the boundary map tool like you guys asked. Not just families in South Tampa, but families from all over, in Carrollwood, in Town and Country, in North Tampa and beyond. Scenario 4 was created based on that feedback. So it might not be perfect, but it can quickly address capacity and financial issues while hopefully ensuring that teachers stay here and are maybe paid more appropriately. Not to mention, not voting for scenario 4 now means a possible waste of $567,000 for this study at the expense of our taxpayers and, most of all, our children and their teachers. More work might need to be done in the future, but listen, please listen to the families speaking out and make the right choice for right now and vote for scenario 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Holly Townsend, and I'm a parent of several children who are zoned for Turner Bartels K-8. We're all the way up on County Line, as far as you can get to Pasco. I'm also a PTSA Vice President. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak and advocate for other children and families at our school. I'm so thankful for our District 3 representation. You've paid such attention to us in recent town hall meetings and at the workshop. I'm also a proud product of District 3 education. I'm a graduate of Chamberlain High School, and we have so many amazing schools within our area. I emailed you all last week to bring attention, though, to over 200 middle school students that are being transported to our school up on County Line, all the way from the Fletcher and USF area. They're spending some days 45 minutes on the bus each way. And if scenario 4 goes forward, they'll stay doing that. They pass several other middle schools, and they're dropped off at our last stop right there. They're being uprooted from 4 transformation elementary schools, and they're losing all of the support and resources that they got at those schools. They're not being given the opportunity to stay with their friends or within their community. The question was posed during last week's workshop, how many students will be going to better schools? I think most of us agree that a school is not just about its grade. Better encompasses so much more. A better school for these children will be one that is closer to their home and has the funding and the resources available to support them. Our PTSA, we can buy a lot of stuff, but we cannot pay staff personnel, no matter what we do. A school where they can access all the wraparound services that it provides, both before and after the bell. The ability to participate in clubs and sports, and their parents can attend events if they choose. They can come to conference night, and they can simply pick them up when they are sick, because right now they sit in the clinic to get back on that 45-minute bus ride. Last year, I just happened to be in the office, and I met 2 sisters that had fled from Afghanistan, and they were trying to register. It became quite clear how quickly they needed help, they needed support, and I reached out to them. But I also found out how far and how disabling that distance is. The sister even texted me, and these are her exact words. My sister's school is very far, and it is hard for me to come there because I have transportation problems. We have heard this at our school time and time again. Please reconsider looking at scenario 4 at Turner Bartels. Please help us support these families. Please help their children be able to participate at our school without hefty Uber bills and without spending hours on a school bus, because that's how it stands right now with scenario 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Allie Wilbur. I am a parent at Turner Bartels K-8 and Vice President of our PTSA. I want to start by thanking you all. You all have impossible jobs, and I do not envy you. But I do appreciate you. I am especially thankful for my own District 3 representative. Turner Bartels is a better school because you represent us. I'm sure every one of you got the email that I sent you last week, but I wanted to come in person to urge you to take a deeper look at Turner Bartels' boundaries. Currently, 30% of our middle school is comprised of students that are bused from the Fletcher and USF areas. These children sit on school buses for 35 to 45 minutes to and from school, many times getting on a bus as early as 6:12 a.m. for a 7:40 start time. Our boundaries extend all the way to the Fletcher and Nebraska intersection. For reference, Turner Bartels is located about 100 yards from Pasco County. All of the kids bused to Turner Bartels for middle school first attend Title I transformation elementary schools, Piso, Miles, Shaw, and Mort. That means that these students have access to reading and math coaches, food pantries, behavioral therapists, and a bevy of other supports provided to Title I transformation schools. Then, for middle school, they're sent on a bus at the crack of dawn to the edge of the county to a school that does not receive that support. While running our school's Giving Tree program this holiday season, I got to meet many of the families that are bused to TBK-8. Many of the families that we helped had never stepped foot on our campus. It's too far, and they can't afford the Uber or the bus ticket. I heard stories of sick kids who had to stay in the nurse clinic all day long because their grown-up didn't have a way to pick them up. I heard how families would love for their child to be able to participate in extracurriculars, but they can't because they don't have a way home. When determining boundaries, I know that some of the main things that Superintendent Davis is looking at is time spent on a bus, distance from home, and school feeder patterns. The children bused to TBK-8 from the Fletcher area hit none of those benchmarks. They are on a bus for 35 to 45 minutes each way. They live more than 8 miles from school, and they don't follow any feeder pattern. In short, we are failing them. We can and we should do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And I'm not going to make that mistake again. All right. Hi, I'm Liam Smith. You all know me by now. I want to start off by thanking our superintendent, Addison Davis, for listening to my pleas. My parents told me if I wanted to fight for my education, standing up in front of you was the right way to go about it. Now, board members, it's your turn. I'm still fighting for my education, and I hope you are listening. Please vote yes for scenario 4 and bring this madness to an end. Now, this is just a speech, and I want to elaborate on it. Scenario 4 is good, but we need to change it to help more people than just this area. We want to help everyone and give everyone a chance. Make distances better, make lives better. So we want to improve on that 4. And we want to do this just so that children have an easy time getting to school, enjoying school, and having fun. And of course, you're not going to get it on the first try or even the second try. You're not going to get this right. It's multiple tries of doing something that's going to make it right. Never you get it on the first try. You never get it on the second try. You maybe get it on the second try, but most of the time you need 3 tries or more so that you can get the right thing for all kids. And I want to thank you for all of you for listening, and I'm hoping you all listen because all of you make the biggest decisions in many children's lives who have to go through these terrible conditions sometimes, like 35 minutes. If I can quote the person that just went up, they have to go for 35 minutes on a bus. That's insane. But still, we still got to make it so that everyone's happy because everyone needs to be happy. Everyone wants to be happy. And all families just want the best for their children. And I hope that from you listening and making decisions, you can make the best for all, including all children, including myself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Brad Smith, and my son is a very hard act to follow. I just wanted to say thank you so much, Addison Davis, Superintendent Addison Davis, for listening to all of our concerns. And we noticed all of the things we've been here at all the board meetings. And we've noticed all the things that we had, or most of the things that we had heard brought up were addressed in scenario 4. And of course, it does wonders for our neighborhood, and we like that. But it does not address, there are still some major issues in other districts that really do need to be addressed in order for this to be a positive change for everyone. And I mean, I would have a lot more than 3 minutes to stand here and tell you all of those issues. I'm sure you're already aware of most of them. But I definitely think that I've heard that this scenario 4, it's scenario 4 or nothing, which is a little bit stern. I do understand that the process needs to move along, but I do think there's still some major issues that need to be accomplished in order for this entire project to be successful. And they are in some other districts other than ours. And I also wanted to say, I had also heard that the financials for 4 had been verified by the CFO, but not scenarios 1, 2, and 3. So it's hard to compare apples and oranges when you have something that's certified and something that's not financially. But I do realize, $500,000 plus, we've got to do something instead of do nothing. I would like to see the 4 to be tweaked so we can meet some other areas, like I had previously said. And I think that would be the most successful for everyone involved, for all districts, for all the children. And of course, my son was up here and has been here fighting for himself because he doesn't want to be put in the position that the 2 young ladies before him were both talking about, with 45 minutes, the lack of resources because of distance, et cetera, for a change for him. And also, I wanted to bring up that we all know that no matter what we do here, we're probably going to be right back here in 3 to 5 years having to do this again because the growth of Tampa is just phenomenal, and there's so many people moving in here that things are going to change. We're going to have to go through this again. but to please to try to negotiate and work together to figure out how to tweak 4 to meet everybody's needs. I think that that would be in the best interest of everyone here, as well as all the children, all the families. And I just plead with you to please take the time and see if we can negotiate and work this out so everybody has a better future. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, and then if the next few speakers will line up.
Good afternoon. I'm here to talk to you guys about Focus Academy. As you know, we are up for our renewal today, our second 5-year renewal. We're very excited. My name is Loretta Gallo Lopez. I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I'm one of the founders of Focus Academy, and I'm the executive director of programs there. On behalf of everybody at Focus Academy, I want to thank all of our school board members for taking the time to get to know our school and who we are and who our students are. We are a school for students with significant cognitive disabilities. We opened with just a high school 10 years ago, and now we have a transition program and a middle school serving some of the most challenging students in our community. I also want to give a big thank you to Chinsia DeLang and everyone at the Charter Office for supporting us through the renewal process. Those of us who are lucky enough to work at Focus every day have a lot to celebrate. Of course, we want to celebrate our new middle school, our Access Points middle school program, which we launched at the start of this school year. Our goal in reaching out those students earlier is to target those basic skills that will enable them to be able to be more successful in high school and be able to deal with some of those challenging high school courses. But as a mental health counselor, I'm most excited to celebrate the ongoing success and growth of our school-wide proactive mental health program. 100% of Focus students participate in weekly mental wellness, drama therapy, and self-care groups each week with our mental health team to learn and practice the skills to help them to self-regulate, to improve social and emotional functioning, to be able to ask for support, and all of the things that help them to become mentally healthy young people. Parent support as well as individual counseling and crisis intervention are provided as needed, as well as collaboration with community mental health and wraparound services within our community. Our mental health program has been in place since we opened 10 years ago, and it's grown and developed as time went on, and we were able to look at what worked and what didn't work. We have a very highly successful program, and in this time with such significant mental health needs among so many, probably almost all of our young people today, we've developed and successfully implemented a program that works and that actually meets the needs of our students. We're very proud and happy to share what we do with others in the community and what we've learned about mental health and mental wellness, not just for our population, but for young people in general. So thank you all so much, and we appreciate all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Anand Prasad, and my wife and I have been living in North Bon Air for the last 6 years, and we support Scenario 4. My wife actually purchased her first house here in North Bon Air, and a few years after we got married, we wanted to either refinance or build a new house on our current lot or move. And after consideration, we actually ended up moving to another house, a couple houses down on the same street in North Bon Air. And a couple of reasons why was because of the great location, diversity, sense of safety, and of course, Grady, Coleman, Plant. And, we ended up moving to our new house because of that. And we don't have kids yet, but we like to think ahead and plan when we can. But also right now, we're mainly here for our community, our neighbors, and the city of Tampa. I say this because Tampa is going through even more rapid growth, as we all know, and I believe, we're on the same page here to shape Tampa to its full potential. I firmly believe that both education and diversity, we can do that. I'm a first-generation American, and I feel very privileged that my parents made sure I had a great education, and the same stories for my wife. They also immigrated here from India, and my wife and I both work hard to, make sure we do the same for our future children as well. And while I believe schools like Grady, Coleman, and Plant can bring the best out of our community, I also believe that our neighborhood can help bring the best out of these particular schools and the community as a whole. Thank you for everything you guys do, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for listening to us, as much appreciated. My name is Nikita Patel, and I am a resident of North Bon Air. We specifically bought our first home in 2016 and then subsequently our second home in North Bon Air due to the diverse and generational families within the neighborhood. Additionally, the location of our house was crucial and meticulously chosen first and foremost for the school district for our future children. Throughout the community meetings, there have been discussions about the diversity in various districts. Well, if scenario 4 is not approved, nothing would be more devastating as a resident of the community I live in, as for North Bon Air and West Shore Palms has some of the most diverse working class families left of students that attend Grady, Coleman, and Plant. My husband and I work incredibly hard to ensure that our future children have the opportunities for education with student peers in their community, without having to pass major interstates such as 275 or Tampa International Airport. Every day I make conscious choices and pay the associated tax dollars to advocate for and support the educational outlook of my future children. Thank you for your time and listening. Have a good one.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Bobby Ewing. I'm a substitute teacher here in Hillsborough County, and also an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I'm here to oppose the school district's proposed redistricting plan, which still, under the new plan, would close or fully repurpose 6 schools, which, if these schools are closed, there's no doubt that they would only be repurposed as charter schools, which will still end up costing just as much and provide a lower quality of education with less public oversight and doing really little more than just lining the pockets of whoever happens to own these schools. And the fact that the school board is considering closing any schools at a time when here in the state and across the country public education is under attack is unconscionable. Just recently, the Florida House introduced HB1, which is just another plan to funnel even more public money into private and charter schools. And now there's also the so-called Teachers' Bill of Rights, which is only meant to weaken teachers' unions and to restrict the right of teachers to organize in their workplace. Just less than a year ago, they passed the Don't Say Gay law, and now they're trying to restrict the AP African American Studies courses. They're trying to criminalize any honest discussion of history or race in this country, any mention of LGBTQ people, and anything that doesn't align with their agenda. The school board shouldn't be trying to close schools down during this unprecedented wave of attacks on public education. They should be standing in solidarity with teachers and with teachers' unions and parents and students to protect and defend public education. And I know, like, a lot of teachers right now are, looking at these things and thinking like, well, I'm just going to quit. And I would say to that, that if you're a teacher thinking of quitting, to not quit, to, get involved in this struggle, come out to these school board meetings and speak, go join the union. This is something that we need to be organized to fight back against. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. If I can call up the next 5 speakers.
Good afternoon. My name is David Sinclair, 8434 Pebble Circle, Tampa. I'm here to speak again on the need for electric school buses. I'm with LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens. I'm the Deputy Director of the Hillsborough Branch, District 1. I have a statement to read. The Clean Buses for Healthy Niños, or Clean Buses for Healthy Children, is definitely a worthwhile motto for us to follow, to bring electric school buses to children here in Hillsborough County. Yet if our public school system makes it a conscious, deliberate choice to not apply for federal funds to purchase electric school buses so that the children can ride to school and back. It seems that we're simply cutting out the opportunity for the students and giving them a continual experience to inhale, to be exposed to these toxic fumes from the diesel school buses. You know, is that what we want? To continue to give them the tailpipe exhaust within the school buses? Is this what we want? Is this what we want for our children? Do we want the carcinogens to continue for them? I mean, this is a moral issue. It's a health issue. Do we want our children to continue with this? You know, we can come and harp these issues constantly, but I think it's a moral obligation to consider. So I'm bringing before the school board to consider your conscience. Demand accountability of the school administrators, that we need to apply, that you need to put pressure on them to apply for the federal funds that are available to seek the funds so you may purchase electric school buses for the county schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Barry Clark, and thank you for allowing me to talk. I'm here as a concerned father and a proud father of a graduating senior. You know, pre-COVID, we had open access to graduations, and now, you know, it takes a village. But I wish, and I beg you to think about open public access to the graduation so that village can watch my daughter graduate. My daughter, I can invite 50 family members to watch her cheer. She can go to the fair day, you know, she can go all these places, but we can't go celebrate with her after spending 13 years in the public school system doing everything right, graduate with a 4.9 GPA. So I urge you to open back up, allow my family to come and celebrate with her and the other kids in Hillsborough County their graduations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Jerry Boyle, and I'm from the North Bon Air neighborhood. I watched the workshop last week, and I heard a lot of comments about fairness and equity, and I think that is something that we all have to strive for, and is something that we as parents want, and we know that Addison Davis and the school board look for. But I also wanted to clear up some misconceptions about my neighborhood, North Bon Air, and the West Shore Palms area. And I'll tell you a story. So one of the neighbors who could not be here tonight, she's a single mother. She just recently moved here. She is of Hispanic descent. She has 2 children. She works 2 jobs. She moved in to our neighborhood specifically so that she could provide the best educational opportunity for her children. And if there are changes and scenario 4 is not approved, she will then be forced to go and have an 80% decrease in educational opportunities at other schools, less AP offerings, less foreign language offerings. We would not be providing her and her children and those of the North Bon Air community and West Shore Palms the same educational opportunities and not preparing those students for life, as your banner up here on the facade says. That goes to the racial diversity, and that's been talked about here, but our community is 45% white, 40% Hispanic, 10% black, 3% Asian, with other races mixed in. It is the most in the South Tampa area, racially diverse area, and also has the lowest average median income of between $42,000 and $45,000 a year. We do not live in $1 million homes. There are a lot of renters in our neighborhood, and they move to that area specifically to get the best educational opportunities for their children. Scenario 4, Addison Davis, you've heard us come to many school board meetings and go to all the community meetings. Scenario 4 was built on community outreach. We hit the website, we have come to the meetings, we have talked to a lot of you in person, and we appreciate it. And you can tell by the size of the crowd today, it is much less. So there does not seem to be the outcry of scenario 4 that there was for scenario 2 and for scenario 3. So we appreciate you for listening to us. And we would ask that the board also take our input. You notice a lot of speakers from North Bon Air and West Shore Palms again tonight saying, now let's do scenario 4. We understand there are going to be winners and losers in this, but our community will suffer great disadvantage if scenario 4 is not approved. So thank you for your time, and yes to scenario 4.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Margarita Novak, and I want to thank you board members for your time today. I am from the District 1 region, so I'm honestly really not affected by either decision, but at the same time, I am a part of this community, and so with that, I want to definitely be educated as to what's going on in our community. And so a lot of the times, a lot of our families don't have the opportunity to be as blessed as I feel I am to be able to be here with you. So I'm kind of speaking on their behalf, because as much as I want to thank you for listening to our voices and understanding our concerns, and with your scenario, with scenario 4, I still don't quite think that you're listening to all of the voices that are helping make some of the necessary changes, especially with changing the timeline that was very rushed and that felt overwhelming. So thank you for changing that to a later timeline that definitely, I don't know for a lot of our families, but especially for me, kind of gave me the sigh of relief. Like, ooh, thank you. And then especially with having the community meetings, I don't feel like you guys have continued to reach out to the communities with asking us our decisions and our options, because I know you guys mentioned about having a more quieter meetings, like kind of more one-on-one, so that way you can hear more of people's intake. And I still have yet to really see that, because as you can tell, as great as scenario 4 is, because I'm totally for it, there are still changes and tweaks that need to be made to it, because there has been voices that have yet to not been heard and that are still coming up. So obviously that's not completely perfect, but that doesn't mean we can't still change it. So I'm thinking that honestly, if we want to create a better scenario, we really need to engage our communities, especially the underrated, or I'm sorry, underserved communities that have language barriers, where meetings that have that solely for those Spanish speaking, just solely for Spanish speaking, because unfortunately they can't always come here. So I'm wondering when you guys are going to those communities and actually speaking to them in their language, because their voices matter too. And so that's why I'm thinking, as great as scenario 4 is, we're not done. We still need and have so much work to do with everyone, because it's not just one or two squeaky wheels. We need to have a whole collective squeaky wheel that understands the importance. Girls, quiet wolf, please. Sorry. And so I really feel like if we have the understanding of communication, because that's honestly the thing that's lacking.
Thank you so much. And our final speaker, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, board members. I'm sure y'all remember me. Chris Blackburn, North Bonaire, West Shore Palms area. I'm very sure I've articulated in multiple ways here through all the meetings I've come to and outreaching I've done with all of y'all and Mr. Davis as well. I think today is going to be a different way for me. I'm going to really talk from my heart, and which means a lot to me, and the kids that are in our neighborhood and the kids that are in our community, but specifically my neighborhood. My son Caleb just turned 11 years old this weekend. He has not only is he good friends with Mr. Liam, the star over there, but he's got some other friends that live down the road from us, specifically 3 or 4 blocks. They're all going to graduate, clap out of Grady in a couple months here, and then they're going to get split. if any of these other ideas, purposes other than scenario 1 or scenario 4 at this point. So that's going to be split for 3 years. So we're going to take friendships away from not only my son, Liam, but the other ones that are down the block from us, 3 blocks. Coleman is within a mile, walking distance, riding distance from our house. There's no reason to send my son and these kids up to Pierce, which is 6 or 7 miles, I believe, is from our house. There's no reason at all to send them there and take them out of their friendships. Again, I have friendships still from 6th grade. We're all together. We stay together. We help each other now. So I implore you guys to really finish this up. My anxiety level, and I'm sure y'all's, but most of everybody, our anxiety level is at a high. And we shouldn't be this high. I know Representative Gray, I think you're a senior member here now. So please, when you guys come together, think about these kids and their relationships, their families. I mean, what am I supposed to drive up to Pierce and go meet people and start all over again? Not going to happen, right? And unfortunately, Mr. Washington, your area is smack dab in the middle of everything. And I see where I've been in the meetings and seen everything in your frustrations where all your kids are moving, but I'm pretty sure Ms. Hahn will say, well, I've got 5,000 or 4,000 or whatever it is, 4,700. That's been moved as well. But to move these kids out of their areas, specifically a mile away to 6 or 7 miles away, ridiculous. So thank you guys again for your time.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment part of our meeting. Okay, and we will now move to recognitions and proclamations. AO1, adoption of proclamation, Black History Month, February 2023. Member Washington will be highlighting this recognition.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity for this proclamation. Whereas Black History Month provides an opportunity for us as citizens of a great nation to recognize and reflect on the contributions of African Americans and celebrate the local and national legacies of civil rights movement. We pause to reflect on the program that has been made and acknowledge our work is unending in the pursuit of equality and equity for all people. Whereas our African American heritage is vital and rich ingredients in the cultural growth of our country and community. And whereas many of African Americans have achieved great stature and acclaim, and their influence reaches far beyond our nation's boundaries. And whereas many African Americans, courageous individuals, have played key roles in the history of our nation, frequently overcoming great adversity to do so. And whereas the study of prominent African Americans provides students with a valuable role models and a deeper understanding that America's strength lies within the diversity of her people. Now, therefore, the School Board of Hillsborough County hereby proclaimed the month of February 2023 Black History Month and urges all citizens to join the celebration of Black History Month and to honor the achievement of African Americans and their contributions to our community, our state, and our nation. Adopted this 21st day of February 2023, signed by Nadia Combs, School Board Chair, and Addison G. Davis, Superintendent of Schools.
Thank you so much, Member Washington. I need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation of Black History Month of February 2023. I have a motion by Member Vaughn, and I have a second by Member Gray. And any discussion?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go first. Each February, our schools and students celebrate Black History Month. It's an important and innovative ways. This year, our theme is History Makers of Hillsborough County. We have seen extraordinary displays and presentations based upon this theme. Thank you to our staff, community partners, families for helping our schools and students celebrate and honor Black History Month in such amazing ways. You can find out more about the history makers of Hillsborough County and all the ways our schools are celebrating by going to website hillsboroschools.org. And in closing, Madam Chair, I would like to say a quote from President Obama. He said, if you're walking down the right path and you're willing to keep walking, eventually you'll make progress. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Member Washington. Member Gray.
Thank you, Member Washington, and that's a very important and prominent quote, very meaningful. When we talk about history, and we are reminded that Black history is American history, and African American history is American history, and I want to thank our African American Task Force for their which Shake is part of, Member Washington, and Terry Connor, staff member who's sitting there, for his pursuance of educational outreach for the study of Black history. It's critical. The identity of a child comes from many times their heritage, or maybe most times, and without an in-depth study of where they came from, what role models were important during that time, where their parents, what place their parents played in history, and the historical leaders such as Martin Luther King Jr. Our children need this type of education, and I hope that as a individual board member, with the help of Member Washington and our iconic Fred Hearns, I hope Mr. Connor and Superintendent Davis that we will continue to pursue the in-depth study of African American Black history. And Member Washington, you mentioned about the huge amount of initiatives. Superintendent Davis, I've never experienced, since this will be my 7th year, as much as what this staff has done to really dive into it. Thank you, Dr. Monica Vera-Torrado, and again, Terry Connor and Shay McCrae, and so many of the staff members who really put forth a lot of effort. And it has made a very, and then we have Menavision as well. So at any rate, enough of my remarks, but just to hear, you have a lot of support, Member Washington, and thank you, Superintendent Davis, for your advocacy.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I agree kind of with the sentiments of Member Gray, whereas, I'm kind of conflicted because I absolutely love Black History Month, but we need more than just a month, right? Black history is our history. And I love walking around ROSAC and looking at all the educators, Black educators, and our African American members who helped with being on the school board or founding a school, or I've learned so much. And as a history buff, which I love history, you can't cherry pick parts of history that you don't like and still call it history, unfortunately. And even though sometimes learning about history can be uncomfortable, it also promotes the most amount of growth, right? When we're in our most uncomfortable spots is generally when we grow the most. So, I think it's really important that as we talk about celebrating Black history, it's from the lens of the entirety of Black history, the great parts, the unsung heroes that I get to learn about every single day that I had no idea contributed innovations and inventions and just so much to our society and our community, but also the parts that are uncomfortable so that we don't repeat those mistakes and we can do better going forward. And I spend a lot of time talking to our students to try to get student voices in the conversation, because as adults, even as educators, we spend a lot of time talking for the children instead of listening to our children. And the feedback that I get from all different grades is, how excited they are to learn about our history, whether it's Florida history, whether it's Black history, to really learn about where we've come so we can keep our eyes on the future and make sure we have the best future. So thank you, Member Washington, for always being such an amazing advocate, for all the board members, for making sure that Black history and equity and diversity diversity is a priority within this school district. I love your outfit, Member Washington. And I really love Black history. I loved everything that I've learned for it. So thank you all very much, and everybody at the district who's done such a great job decorating and helping me learn about different people throughout time.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And I just, as a former history teacher, middle school and high school teacher, it's just really wonderful to see that we're really making sure that children understand history, Black history, all history, and that we're continue to infuse lots of curriculum so that way students understand, their history as well as the future, and understanding we live in such a big world. And I think it's really important. A lot of times kids just know their area, their town, and that's it. And it's really important to, open kids' eyes. I think there's no better education than traveling or visiting other cultures and experiences. And it's really important that we're interweaving Black history throughout the entire year, just not the month. But it's exciting, to see that and everything happening in the school district. And we had an opportunity, Member Gray and Member Washington and I, last week we saw the Brain Bowl, and it was amazing to see all these students who knew so much about Black history. I mean, I was amazed. And for elementary was Carrollwood Elementary they won, and for middle school was Roland Park K through 8, and then for high school was Gaither High School. But every student that participated, it was amazing how much knowledge that they knew about Black history, about different things that have happened in our history, and I think it's really important. And I appreciate Superintendent Davis, and I appreciate the cabinet and everyone making sure that that's a priority in our district. So thank you very much. Okay. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. I have a motion by Member Hahn, and I have a second by Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. I will now call on Superintendent Davis to highlight our administrative appointments.
Yes, Madam Chair. This evening we have an opportunity to highlight one individual who will take on a new role and responsibility as principal at Carver Exceptional Center. This individual is 30 years in education, and 27 of those years have been in Hillsborough County Public Schools. He started off as a technology teacher at Turkey Creek Middle School, then transitioned to Middleton High School as an administrative resource teacher, and then transitioned to do that same lead at Verburen and also Memorial. And then 2013, this leader was selected to be an assistant principal at Sly Middle School, and then transitioned as an AP at Woodson K-8. And then currently in 2018 was an assistant principal, which he currently resides at Carver Exceptional Center. It is now my opportunity to identify our new leader of Carver Exceptional Center, Mr. Artis Gambrill. Come on down. Got to make that walk. We thank you for your leadership. We want you to know that everyone here tonight in this community is here to support you, uplift you, and we're here in any way, shape, or form to help you and help children every day. Congratulations. Look forward to being a partner with you. Thank you, sir. You got to turn around and take a picture. You got a smile. I don't even know you smiled over there. That's right. There we go. He better smile now. That long road on the way home. Congratulations, sir. Job well done. Thank you, Chair Combs.
Congratulations. And of course, Shake knows him. I mean, come on, you know.
He's one of my first hires.
There you go. The following items will now be heard. C-106, C-107, C-601, C-703, C-704, C-705, C-706, C-1001, C-1101, C-1102, and C-1103. We will begin with 1102, which is the contract renewal approval for Focus Academy. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. The recommendation is to bring to the board for Focus Academy, which launched in 2013 to provide them with a 5-year extension. They're currently located in Temple Terrace. They, in May of 22, we brought a contract to expand this initiative in the school from a 9 through 12 and added on 6 through 8. So now they are 6 through 12. They are exceptional student education center, and they serve 117 students currently. Their school improvement rating by the Department of Education is identified as unsatisfactory. Looking in our own internal reviews, we have deemed them to be satisfactory with 6 recommendations for areas of improvement. Those areas to be able to make certain that they have 100% utilization records, to make certain that they are updated with their financial policies, to be able to ensure they have proper inventory, they receipt on the teacher allocation lead fund, and they also continue to implement best standards along with best instructional strategies within their cohort. So at this time, my recommendation is through a 5-year extension. I don't know if Cinzia wants to expand on that.
I think the superintendent explained it very well, how the process worked and the recommendations we provided to the school. If there are any questions, I'll take questions.
Okay, let's go ahead. We'll wait until someone's turn, and that way we don't start calling out questions, so we'll just wait until it's everyone's turn to speak, right? Okay. I need a motion, a second to approve item C 1102. I have a motion by Member Vaughn, and I have a second by Member Hahn. Member Hahn, Member Gray, and myself pulled this item, so we can begin. One of you had questions. Member Gray, do you want to go ahead and get on the speaker list? I just think we should just go through questions through that instead of opening it up. I just don't want to create, something new. So, Member Gray, you can go ahead and begin.
Got it going here. My question is, and this is focus, my heartfelt appreciation for capturing very challenging students, and we are doing this. We're doing Focus Academy. Is that correct? Yes. 1102, because it's both. That statement's true in both cases. But I want to make sure that I understand, Dr. DeLange, that when I talk to Eric, anyway, you know who I mean, the RSA representative.
Mr. Edward Briggs?
Yeah, Mr. Briggs. And he took a long time sharing with me what the school's about, and I did visit them about 3 years ago, so obviously it has changed. My question is this, he said this is an overflow, this school captures the overflow from Pepin, and I wasn't sure what he meant, but he actually did go into it a little bit, saying that these are the more challenging type of behaviors. Can you expand on that, or Superintendent Davis?
Excuse me, Doc. I'll say the first part. They're isolated from Pepin, so this is an isolated academic educational opportunity that parents select in to be able to transition. So they're not connected in any way. They may offer some of the similar services, but they're not connected with the two schools are definitely separated and run differently by different individuals.
Yeah, I don't have any data supporting the overflow going to, they're both ESC centers. Pepin has both access points and standard diploma, but Focus Academy is all access points.
Okay, well then they're two different entities, and I guess this was a misnomer. The other question is, Superintendent Davis, our surrounding schools, Caminiti, unsatisfactory. I guess this is a subject for another time, but my goodness, what are we on a plan of improvement for Caminiti? It used to be a very highly rated ESE center.
Yes, Madam Chair. Since 2018-2019, it's had the same rating of unsatisfactory, but we all know that we have areas to improve. We're looking at pathways, areas of opportunity for children, accelerating student learning, and making certain that we have continued high-quality curriculum in front of our students. It is a priority. There's a new leader the last couple of years, so we'll continue to make certain we support this new leader in an effort to be able to improve this rating.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn, did you have a comment?
Yes. So, I think I have visited Focus Academy. I was out there just in 2022, and I think for students on access points and our ESE population, COVID has taken a big toll on that population, and they're still working their way out of the academic loss.
I think I have my mic on. They're still working their way out of the academic loss. So, but I was, I did find my visit to be a great visit, and the teachers out there are working really hard. The administration is working very hard to make that school, the very best school it can be for those students and families. So, I just know that just like our ESE population, it's been difficult on this side of COVID. And so I know that, we're working hard, and they're working hard to improve those outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I was actually very surprised to see the most recent grade because I've recently gone to Focus. They invited me out after we approved their expansion, and I spent a long time. I'm not sure if she's still here. There she is. With Mrs. Gallo Lopez. Am I pronouncing it right? And, one thing that really came through to me that I left with is the passion for making sure that their students are taken care of and loved. And, I toured so much of the school. They were very kind to give me full access, stayed around during lunch, went to the classrooms. And the amount of student happiness, like the students were so happy and seemed well cared for and friendly and wanted to engage with me and talk with me. And I think that says a lot. I go into a lot of schools, and how comfortable the students seem to feel and how happy they are a good reflection of that. So I feel that there's a lot of gains to be made here. And to Dr. Hahn's point, there's definitely a hit for COVID with, some of our communities more than others when it comes to learning loss. But from my experience and having conversations and really talking about the plans, as well as an eagerness to partner with the district on things that are working, when we talk about, play therapy and what that looks like, especially for our kids that have some of the biggest challenges in opening up and engaging, I think that's really important. So, I'm really interested in seeing the progress that the school's going to make, especially now that they've expanded and they can really support their kids all the way from beginning to end. And I think this is really important when it's comes to building relationships and going out to schools and seeing some things, because one time, sometimes it looks like something on a piece of paper, but to actually go in and get a feeling from it, I think is really important. So this was a good learning lesson to me to make sure that, when we're proving something, we're actually going to the schools and we're going inside and we're getting a good feel for what it feels like in the schools and the people who are taking care of our kids. So, I'm going to approve this and hope and wish for the best to see, back to commendable, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And I also wanted to say that, through COVID, I think these students were impacted the most negatively. These students also have health insecurities. So for them to be out into schools, they really were impacted so negatively because they could not be out there often and they had to be at home, and it was very challenging. So when I look at Caminity as well, when I see what an amazing school it is and what they do with students and how hard we work with those students, I think sometimes the grade is not really reflective of what that school does for children and supports children and gives them opportunities for the future. So I also will be supporting this. I think Mr. Briggs has been really great about reaching out, contacting. We've had several Zoom meetings, and just realizing that some of our students who are the neediest students with special needs, and what we're doing with them, it might not be reflective in the grade, but it's reflective in their lives and the opportunities that they have in the future. So I am also in support of this. Thank you. Member Rendon?
Yeah, so, individuals with disabilities is very near and dear to my heart. And so when I look at Focus Academy, and I as well did tours with Focus Academy and visited their classrooms, spoke with their administrators, spoke with their staff, I look at the bigger picture. It's not just individuals with disability are having to be put in the same box as everyone that's not. And so a lot of times their grade reflection are not where they're at. At third grade for an individual with significant disabilities, they may be at a kindergarten level. They may be at a first grade level. That doesn't mean they don't have the same abilities or future that all other students have. They just may get there differently. And so when it comes to things that we need to get a school grade for or we are testing for, they're not always on the same level playing field. And if we sit and look at some of our schools today that are meeting the needs of some of our most significant disabilities, and we can walk in a classroom and a student can reiterate to us what they're studying, they can reiterate why they're studying it, they can talk about their peers and how they're handling themselves, they're accomplishing many things that some of our general ed students aren't doing. So I want to thank Focus Academy for meeting a need in our community that sometimes is very difficult. And so again, I thank you for the Meet Needs You're meeting.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Perez?
Yeah, so one of the things that I hear continuous is meeting a need. But a student has to be at the school to meet the need. So one of the things that you accomplish is getting the students to the school. And, you know, when I've been invited, the students are in the school. And, you know, when we have students with a high needs issues or a disability, getting them to focus on what we need them to focus on is a difficulty. But even more so challenging at times is getting the student to the school. And you accomplish that well. So for me also, that is a check mark in that area. So that's what I needed to give you the kudos for.
Thank you, Member Perez. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 1103, contract renewal approval for Pepin Academies. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. Pepin Academies opened in 1999 for an exceptional student educational center currently serving over 862 students. They've had a staircase approach to being able to expand the number of students they've served over the last couple of years. And we see that they have two campuses, one in Tampa and one in Riverview. The current state rating is maintaining, which they've done that for the last 2 years, which is equivalent to being able to look at, when you look at charter schools for exceptional educational centers, then they qualify for being able to go out for a 15-year renewal. They qualify for that 15-year renewal for their concentration, their efforts to be able to help students and give them a sense of hope. The recommendation from the superintendent is a 15-year extension. We did give them a satisfactory rating. In that process, there are some areas of recommendation, like all of us have areas to improve, which are linked to inventory, and at the same token, making certain they use Class Wallet to be able to capture the documentation for teacher lead funds. But the recommendation, do they qualify for a 15-year renewal, such as a high-performing charter school? And that is my current recommendation.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 1103. I have a motion by Member Washington, and I have a second by Member Hahn. Member Hahn, Member Gray, and I pulled this item. We can go ahead and start this time with Member Hahn.
Thank you, Member Combs. So first, I want to thank the Pepin family for everything they've done to support Pepin Academies. They're here joining us this evening, Mr. Tom Pepin and Tina Pepin. Thank you so much for being here and all you do for Pepin Academies. I've had a very long relationship with Pepin Academies. I, as a professor at USF, was involved in the USF College of Ed partnership with Pepin Academies, ran the summer programs for math and reading to provide students with services year-round. I've sat on the board. I was part of the board of Pepin Academies while I was a professor at USF. And I've spent an awful lot of time on both campuses, getting to know the leadership, which is phenomenal at Pepin. Jeff is sitting right here. I'm going to butcher your last name, Jeff. So And the teachers, the families. I know personally the families that were very involved in creating and kicking off and starting Pepin Academies in Hillsborough. So I've had a long history with the school. They are truly the flagship school in my book for serving students with special needs in our community. They do an exceptional job. Talk about heart and soul. I mean, the Pepin family is very involved in the schools that their name is attached to. They want to make sure that these schools are, just offering some of the highest exceptional services to these students. They ensure that, many times they fill the gap when there's a need. They rally the community around the school. I mean, they really are a wonderful example of charter schools and schools that are innovative in that space. And on top of that, innovative in the space of providing services to children with special needs. Whether you're talking about a tradition, the K-12 academic experience, or even their transition program. We can learn a lot in Hillsborough County looking at how they provide transition services to kids with disabilities. It's phenomenal. The partnerships they have go far beyond what many traditional public schools and charter schools provide. So, I'm very proud to have been just a little bit a part of Pepin Academies. And I've said to the Pepin family and the schools themselves, I'm always here for them with, providing any type of expertise I can provide as a former special ed teacher, as somebody who has worked for over a decade preparing the future special ed teachers. It's a school that certainly has a special place in my heart, and I think they do phenomenal work, not just in Hillsborough County, but also the other school districts that they operate in. So I'm very honored to support them this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Member Hahn, because the stating that your flagship ESE center is just about as accurate as can be. I remember in the 80s when we started charter schools here in Tampa, we were looking for the schools that did fulfill special need children, and Pepin definitely has stood the test of time. And I'm not going to ask your age, but at any rate, you have stood the test of time, and that takes a lot of dedication from the leadership, the Pepin family, the teachers, an ESE student, and I'm not the expert as Member Rendon is. I do know it's almost each student is almost a classroom with the needs, the dynamic kinesthetic needs, the mental, social, emotional, family, connectivity. There's a lot of work, but you've kept it up very strong. And now I believe you have your daughter who's going to take over or is already on board. So there is stability, and that's so critical for students. My only question is, and this will go to Dr. DeLange, when we talk about 15-year renewals, what is your pattern? How much do you do and I know we do program reviews. Can you just share with the board how many times a year you do a program review?
Absolutely. We do a comprehensive annual site visit for every school, regardless of the term of the contract. And then we do a thorough interim every 5 years for those schools who have long extended contracts.
And I'm sorry, do you do it yearly?
Yes, ma'am.
Per year?
Yes.
Okay.
Our site visits are very comprehensive, and yeah.
Well, you do an excellent job. And thank you again for the devotion and dedication that you all seem to have every day. You're excited and you have purpose in your life, and you give purpose to those students. Bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I'm not going to lie, I don't love 15-year contracts, right? When we're talking about anything, it's not my favorite kind of commitment phobe when it comes to contracts. And I haven't had a chance to completely come out and engage at Pepin. However, I can speak from personal experiences of friends who your school has really made a huge difference in the lives of their children. And that means a lot. And so I'm really glad we have these two items here in front of us today, because we spent a lot of time talking about charter schools and our concerns and making sure that they're as accountable as, our traditional public schools. And, I think that it's really important to illustrate that there are two charter schools that are filling a need in our community and willing to partner with us. I haven't had a chance to spend a lot of time with you, but I've had people from Pepin who are really excited about your career placement and training your students when we talk about transition programs, and is, again, willing to partner with our district. And schools that are eager to share, especially when they're filling a need, what's working for them and work with our district really means a lot. And whether it's the impact of my personal friends who your school has changed their lives and the trajectory of their students, or going out and seeing students who are so happy engaged, I'm just really glad that you guys are doing the work that you do, and really giving charter schools a good name. Not to say that they need the help, but so I appreciate this. I'm going to support this. Thank you both for the work that you do. Again, I don't love 15 years, but that's just me. And I look forward to coming out. That's just us. And I look forward to coming out and working more and really seeing the success of how you're preparing our students to be an important part of our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Perez.
So I've been out to Pepin. I've seen the work that you do. And I got to tell you, when I try to pull your staff away, and I'm not going to lie, I've tried, and they're holding on to your door saying, nope, not leaving. That says a lot about you guys. I'm going to say that. But, or every time your staff sees me and they see me coming, they're like, still no, I'm staying. So, it just says to the quality of who you are and, what you do for your students, but also how you engage your staff, who you are in this community. But, to Member Vaughn's point as well, I have friends whose students are whose children are going to your school attending, and they have nothing but praise, when it comes to when they speak about your academy. So good work, and thank you for what you're bringing to this community, to Hillsborough County, but most of all to our students.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Rendon?
So, it's exciting for me to have both, Focus Academy and Pepin at the same time. But, working with people with disabilities for the last 30 years, there's a need for both because they serve a significantly different population at different times. And so, I don't want to slight either one. I think they're both special and unique in their own very special ways. Over time, individuals across our county have different needs at different times. And one of the things that Pepin has been able to do, which is commendable, is they don't look at a student that they're going to keep forever. They look at a student as, how can I empower that student? How can I give them the resources they need for that next step, whatever that next step is for that student? And that's very hard to do, right? Many of our schools get in the routine of first grade, second grade, third grade. We've got our benchmarks. But what Pepin's been able to do is really look at the strengths of each individual student and then empower them to continue to build on that strength. And so, like other members of this board, we've all had personal experiences with friends and family members, and many of them don't graduate with you. They go back into our public school systems, and they go back into our traditional schools and graduate right alongside of their peers and on time, because you've been able to give them at different points of their life what they need. And so I thank you for doing that. I also thank you for taking the extra time with our other students that need some of that transition time to get out of school at 22 and allowing them to build on your programs to include CTE programs. Knowing that our students take a little bit extra to get over that hump. And so again, I just thank you so much for everything you're doing. Both of you are meeting a need that is great in this county. And so we thank you so much for empowering the needs of individuals with disabilities.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I go back years with Pepin when I was working at King High School many, many moons ago, as they say. And I want to thank you all for all that you do for students. I mean, because I think that's important to continue to concentrate on students with disabilities. And I want to thank you all for that you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. And I wanted to echo the same sentiments. Thank you to the Pepin family for everything that you do for so many students, and not even just for the students. I see the partnership that you have, that you've included us. Even I went to an event at your, where you had CEO in school. So it's so much more than just the students. It's a partnership. It's a true partnership with the district and the schools. And I think that's really, really important. And Mr. Skowronek, did I say that? I'm pretty close. I'm looking forward to our visit, but I just want to thank you and thank all of you for the support for students, because that is so important to have these students not only feel good about their disability, but also to have a job and to have a future. And that's really, really important. That is really the American dream for all of us. So I really want to thank all of you for what you do with our students and also the partnership with the district. Thank you. Mr. Porter?
Just very briefly, I just wanted to address comments made by Member Vaughn and Member Gray. The statute does provide that even though this is a 15-year renewal, they are annual reviews, as already been discussed, and the board may terminate the contract or the charter if there are issues arrive that the statute provides for. So even though it's a long-term contract, there are annual reviews, and there's a way out if they fail to not live up to what their charter demands that they do. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 106, Sole Source 2235 SSD IV Renewal Extended License Agreement with Mayan by Renaissance to provide Mayan Reader to all students in Hillsborough County Public Schools. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an extension of a contract for Mayan by Renaissance to provide ongoing accessibility for students with text, to be able to improve their literacy understanding, to be able to make certain they have an opportunity not only to improve their skills, but also to fall in love and have that passion for literacy. This is a beautiful collaboration with so many entities within Hillsborough County, which brings up the Board of County Commissioners supports this process, the Early Learning Coalition, we have the Children's Board, we have Tampa Housing Authority, we have YMCA, United Way, Suncoast, and the list continues. But this is an opportunity for our students to have accessibility to over 7,000 digital texts, then also to have our teachers to have additional resources to be able to strengthen literacy within our schools. And also this is 24/7 access for these educational resources. This is invaluable. Libraries allow our students to continue to grow intellectually. To date, I think this started in February 2012. To date, there's been I think there were 77 million books that have been accessed. So this is a really cool initiative that students are not only being in front of text, but they're completing text as well and being able to once again fall in love. This is a $1.4 million expenditure with many entities, inclusive of Hillsborough County, coming together in a collaborative effort to be able to pay this bill.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item 106. I have a motion by Member Perez. I have a second by Member Hahn. Member Hahn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
I'm like challenged tonight. No, just to say that, I've worked with Mayan for the past 5 years now on various literacy initiatives. I share some of the updates every couple months on the deep impact they have, especially during COVID, where for many of our students, this was the only access they had to books, because I know it's hard for some of us who have a lot of books in our home, but we have many, many families that Mayan and the library they provide is the only access to books in their homes. So, you know, it serves an important need in our community. It has so many community partners that support this initiative: the Children's Board, the Early Learning Coalition, the Tampa Housing Authority, just to name a few, the YMCA, excuse me, the YMCA. This program is used in our after-school programming. They also have 7 community-wide reading challenges, one going on right now for Black History Month, where they really highlight books, you know, for this month and other challenges. They work with us on the summer slide to make sure that students are engaged and excited about reading over the summer. They send out their street teams over the summer, and I had so much fun joining the street team this summer at a location. And you know, they visit our schools, certain schools throughout the district over the summer, and they get the kids really excited about reading. They give them prizes for reading, and it's young college kids that go out who are full of energy, and I got exhausted just watching them, but it was great. You know, they have you know, they work with the Head Start programs for reading challenges. They're in all of our transition schools, and they work really closely with Shay McRae on different types of, you know, resources that they provide. I know we were at DeSoto Elementary last year, I think, or the year before, and they provided, right before spring break, iPads to students that they could keep, and so they would be able to access books during spring break. So, you know, and I know they're working very closely with the district to make sure that the books are, you know, that we're you know, adhering to the state mandates, to make sure that they're in line with the state. But they are just a phenomenal resource, and they just celebrated 10 years in Hillsborough County Public Schools. And so we're lucky that not only we have them here, but so many organizations in our community support the initiative, because it would probably not, you know, it would be even a heavy lift for us to support by ourselves, but it also allows their reach to go deeper than our elementary, middle, and high schools. You know, with the Children's Board, for example, they have the family centers. They're working with them to get to our youngest readers, our babies who are just starting to get excited and understanding about letters and words and how they make these stories. And so, you know, they're not just in our K-12 or pre-K-12 classrooms, but they're out in the community through the Children's Board and the Early Learning Coalition. They're in those private provider classrooms. You know, I always talk about in the pre-K space, we only serve 12% of those pre-K early childhood kids. The rest are served through private providers. And this is a resource for those private providers, some of them mom and pop type of, you know, neighborhood providers, a resource. And Mayan works within those centers as well. So they're even, you know, their reach is beyond Hillsborough County Public Schools. Any child, no matter whether they're in homeschool, private school, charter school, traditional public school, can enroll in Mayan. It is for every child, because we know that, you know, to get kids really motivated and excited about reading, we want them introduced to language and letters and sounds and books at a very young age. And we also know, again, that every child doesn't have a book. Parents right now, and even before now, have had to decide between food, rent. You know, they need this to access books. So I'm supporting this, if you couldn't tell. Thanks.
I wasn't sure. Member Vaughn?
Well, that was a love letter for Mayan. It was very, So my experience is in the classroom, right? First of all, as an educator, we're all taught, especially in the elementary realm where we're really focused on reading, that access to literature is the most important thing. I remember, and I might have quoted it before, that a statistic when I was training said sometimes you can, even match a child's IQ to just how many books and access to literature they have around the house. And what this does is it opens up so much more access for our students. As Member Hahn said, to have, to look at letters or numbers or different stories or find something that interests them. And, kids these days are so much more interested in looking at things on a screen. Unfortunately, I love paper books, although I'm running out of room for them. Being able to access it on the screen. I know one of our speakers was concerned about the time, but, saying that, an average kid only read 30 minutes of a story, but in the classroom, those are how the stories are designed. Kids are finished with their work. They're excited to get on. They read something, the challenges that you're talking about. I've had students who can barely wait to finish their test to get on and read that challenge and challenge each other and log how many hours they've had on Myon. It's been really motivational. And I think it's a really great program and it's important. I know there's always barriers with the digital divide, and I'm glad to hear that we're working on that and coming up with solutions, because I think if we could figure out that piece of it, we would just offer so much more access to students who really need it. So, I'm grateful for our partnership. I've firsthand in the classroom has seen what an impact it has and how much it's geared kids towards reading. My hope is that we continue just to have a plethora of diverse things on there, because the things that the kids got most excited about was something that they could relate to or they saw themselves reflected in. And once they were hooked on that, they searched so many other things, and it really opened up a whole world for them. So thank you for this partnership, and I as well am supporting this item.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
Yeah, I want to thank Member Hahn also for her literacy bus and her outreach to many, many schools. And I know that your heart is in that. So I want to recognize your efforts. Also want to definitely compliment the Children's Board, because they are aiming for the high needs children, the young ones. And as we know from the state of our region, that literacy, we are one notch below average out of 20 districts or 20 community centers, which is districts, regions. And we have a lot of work to do with literacy. So glad that we're supporting this. And thank you, the Children's Board. Thank you, Stacy Hahn, for also bringing this to many, many schools.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Perez?
So to also address that digital divide, that's really important. But also, my mother did not know how to speak English. Well, her English is still atrocious, but but she learned. I'm being transparent, but she learned how to really speak English by hearing us read, and so Myon, it helps assist these parents because it's bilingual also. So when the parents are reading to their students, they're learning how to read as well. So this is going beyond just our students. And also, from what I'm hearing also is that it reads to the student. Myon reads. So, when a child doesn't know how to read, it's assisting that language moving forward as well. So, we're assisting not just the students, but also the parents here in this community. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Rendon?
Yes, thank you so much. One of the things that is so critically important is literacy. Literacy is our great equalizer, right? Education and literacy is our great equalizer. And so emphasizing literacy at any stage of our child's lives and growing up and in school is just critical and very important. But Superintendent Davis, I do want to ask on two questions. One is access for our students. What is, for our students that don't have, that digital divide, where are we at with that and making sure we're accomplishing that within the district?
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. This is why so many entities are actively engaged. We have the Early Learning Coalition and also the Children's Board to fill gaps, but also the public libraries that are part of this initiative as well. They can gain access not only within our schools, which is during the school day, but also in the community, being able to connect with the libraries as well. Any deficiencies that the students may have, if we can help them, we reach out to help them, not only with partnering with HEF for accessibility through Wi-Fi, but if there's a device issue as well. But this can be access on many devices for our students so they continue to learn and grow from a reading perspective.
Thank you. And then one other question, when it comes to access, I know that it's such a great tool for our teachers to know what our students are reading and how much they're reading, and keeping track of that and being able to be a system that we're being able to make strides with. But when it comes to access for our students, is there a limitation? Is there a guide, or what do we have safeguards in place of who can access and what they can access?
Yeah, the biggest thing right now through Myon, they do a really good job of doing reviews of their current content. We do a really good job with our staff having that partnership to review all of the 7,000 digital texts that they currently have. In addition to that, we also make certain that there are grade band initiatives that grade band teachers from elementary, middle, and high school understand what age-appropriate content is and in front of them along the way. So there's safeguards that Myon puts in place that partners with our teachers that continue to make certain that the right text is not only selected but interacted with through our communication and interaction with our teachers as well.
Thank you for that. And I think it's so critically important. I know that us being as a district, having our management monitoring that, and so the teachers can really focus on the literacy of our kids and focus on them being able to access things that they like, right? I mean, that was one thing with my brother. There was no way he was going to open a book, but if I could get a short story of something about sports, he was going to read it. And so Myon meets that need of getting kids the access they need to things that they're interested in, and making sure that we can continue to build that gap and become that great equalizer by educating our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Washington?
I just wanted, we are kind of serious in here. I want to bring a little humor a little bit. After your presentation, Dr. Hahn, you got my vote. That was phenomenal. But mine, that is a great program. I understand. Thank you so much. We got to have a little fun in here sometime.
Thank you, Member Washington. And obviously, I'm in such support of Myon. It's just a great program. It's really important that our students have access to books, digitally or hard copy. Literacy is the most important thing for our children. It's one thing nobody can take away somebody's education, and making sure that we continue to encourage Myon and continue to encourage reading and continue to encourage literacy. That way, students have so many opportunities in the future. So thank you. And I know that, we have such good representation of Myon. I feel like whenever there's a need, it's taken care of right away. If there's a problem in a school, I feel like it's immediately taken care of. And I think it's not just a quality product for our students, it's also quality representation and trying to problem solve and working together. So I appreciate that a great deal. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 107, sole source 22291 SSD, SK Xanadu Incorporated for purchase of supplemental civic literacy books. I don't know if it's Xan EDU or Xanadu, I'm not sure, but Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, Madam Chair, we call it Xanadu as well. It works. Xan, EDU, whatever. This is the Department of Education gave out grants to every school district related to Civic Literacy Excellent Grant, which is to be able to strengthen our civics standards. We got new standards coming on board in 23-24, so being able to strengthen our work in our schools, we are coming to the board tonight with $177,000 out of this grant to be able to expand exposure of civics learning in second grade through immigration and also the Tampa community history, and also in fourth grade through looking at Florida history. That we'll be able to serve up to 42 schools with this initiative. And the cool thing is that we'll be able to customize our curriculum working with Xanadu, with their historians, with our K-5 social studies teachers. We'll be working with the Tampa Bay NIE, also with the Tampa Bay Historical Center and our plant museum to be able to strengthen and build this content. We'll make certain that everything is aligned to the core standards adopted by the state of Florida, and provide ongoing systemic reviews for our children to continue to be exposed to our standards. So the overall totality of this grant is around $732,000, and this is just a parcel of 177. As a remainder, we'll bring back to be able to expand with civic initiatives as a supplemental material.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second, to approve item C-107. I have a motion by Member Washington, and I have a second by Member Hahn. Member Vaughn, Member Rendon, and I pulled this item, and we can go ahead and start with Member Vaughn this time.
Thank you. Hi, it's nice to see you. Thank you for answering a lot of my questions about this. I know one thing we said we were going to circle back on, and you were going to get information on. You might have sent something yesterday, but I'm not sure. Was the contract after what happened when we did not get our materials after we adopted the curriculum starting the school year? What I'd like to see going forward in our contracts is a stipulation for our timeline, and that if we don't get our materials and, our teachers and our staff don't have them by a certain point, we can get a refund for that, and it puts some pressure to get us our stuff on time. And I know you were going to see if we could put that in the contract. So I wanted to get an update to where we landed on that.
That's right.
Sorry. Yes, I do have a letter from the president of Xanadu that was emailed and that I will forward to you, indicating why they are going to be able to meet that. And the final bullet point is that if they do not meet that deadline, we are released from any obligation to purchase.
Okay. That was important to me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
Yeah, thank you guys so much for taking the time. I know that I was very nitpicky about wanting to make sure I have the details. And for the public that doesn't know, if there is supplemental material that is engaged and presented to our students, that does not have to be approved by our board. So I found it very important that if we are going to fund a project, that we knew exactly what we were going to be funding. And so you took a lot of time to sit down with me and go over the rough draft of the project. And I think it's very important to know exactly what's going to be included. I think that's something that we want to make very public. It's going to celebrate freedom with our Constitution and actual clear pictures of our Constitution, education on our flag, what it stands for, what it means, different parts of it, our government and our citizens, Hispanic history makers, veterans, African American history makers, women who changed history, Medal of Honor, Hillsborough County history. And I think it's so critically important to know that this supplemental material is going to revolve around the state of Florida and Hillsborough County. I think that's something that we forget when we look at the broader spectrum of history and history of our country, but to really know where we came from, where we live, and what created the community in which we lived. And so, again, thank you so much for taking the time. I think it was, you're putting together a great book and allowing our teachers to get great tools to really teach our students about the history of where we live. So thank you again.
Thank you, Member Rendon. And I also pulled it to thank you because I think it's so important. One of the things that as a middle school teacher, I felt like a lot of times students didn't have a really good gauge in elementary about being an American or knowing their history or knowing where they're from. And it's really exciting to see like high interest, short stories, short nonfiction that students are able to read. And what was really exciting to see those materials is all the primary sources and secondary sources. And I think it really teaches to really investigate and look at things and at the same time teaching social studies. I think often we just embed social studies wherever by reading a question and doing something, but I don't think people realize the importance of social studies. And probably it is one of the most important subjects, right? When you meet people, you might not talk about, some kind of quadrilateral, equation, but you're probably going to talk about history or where, a museum is or about the history in Tampa. So it's very exciting to get these high interest articles and being able to expose our younger students to this. So I'm really excited and thank you for thinking outside the box and bringing this to it. I really appreciate it. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that's a really big testimonial to Marie Rogers. You're bringing forward such eclectic aspects of civics history. I especially like the women in history. And as Member Rendon said, Florida history. I was a civics teacher for many, many years. And this was in the 80s, when people, giving away my age. But I definitely know that the Pledge of Allegiance, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, we used to have to, we had to memorize the preamble. And those were lessons long ago, but boy, that's so important for patriotism and for respect and honor to our country and to our troops. So, I look at civics as a really, we call it civic duty. It's a reminder of students, a better moral compass, more recognition to and again, I'll say the word military who dedicate their lives to have a country and a freedom to have these eclectic civics subjects. But all this is to say, it really resoundingly, Terry Connor, Marie Rogers, your social studies staff, it really is a reflection on your powerful knowledge base. The only other thing I think I asked, and I can't remember, do we have this available in Spanish?
No, ma'am, it's not currently available in Spanish. However, through the digital platform in Canvas, with 3 clicks, students are able to access. They're able to do the translation feature in the immersive reader.
Well, that's good. Good to know. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. We will go ahead and go to employee input at this time. We will now take employee input. Even though we hear public comment at the beginning of the meeting, it is sometimes difficult for employees of our district to attend meetings at 4 o'clock. There are many ways for employees to make their voices heard, including through union representatives, emails, phone calls, and one-on-one conversations, and public comment at the beginning of the meeting. The board wants to hear from you. With this section of our agenda, we're creating another avenue for employees to speak to the board. We're setting aside 30 minutes for employees of the district to speak to the board about any issues that are on your mind. This is not intended to be a discussion about a specific agenda item on tonight's agenda, but rather an opportunity for you to speak to the board about any issues related to your job or district. We have a couple speakers, and each of you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Rob Creed, president of CTA. I hope everyone's doing well. I expect that everybody has gotten now the impasse briefs and have done their homework and read through those. So we're looking forward to getting a resolution on that from the magistrate any day. But I'd like to urge everybody to look beyond that, because right away we have to start thinking about next year. The number of vacancies that we have now is not going to be solved either way, but it hopefully, if things go the way that we're hoping, it will be helpful, but not be an all cure. We need to improve our teaching conditions. We need to help the things that are going on at the sites that are going to make Hillsborough County more attractive for young employees, for veteran employees, because we have to look at it from, we used to say recruit and retain. We need to retain and then recruit. And we're not doing a very good job of that. And our reputation in the state with the young and the veteran teachers is poor right now. So what I ask all of you as board members is that when you're out at your school sites, talk to the employees. Ask what can be taken off of that heaping mound on their plate. What can we do to improve these conditions? Because we're asking them to do virtually everything every day with less employees in every school. And we have to find a way. I mean, how many of our board members here know that our teachers actually work more than a 40-hour work week on the contract that they have? And that's still not enough to meet the needs of these kids. So we have to find the way. If to give an analogy, they're asked to be the farmer, be the baker, be the trucker that's going to take you to the grocery store, sell the food, make the food at home, and then clean up afterwards. They're asked to do all of these things. They're teachers, they're support professionals, they need to meet the needs of the kids, and we have to find a way to cut everything off of their plate other than that, because that's what our kids deserve, and that's what we're going to keep fighting for. We need your help. I want your help. I know that you guys are willing to do it. Let's get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Carissa Denica from Gaither High School. I'm going to talk about kind of a few different things in there. I thought of, I talked about being 5 minutes to death in my last time I spoke, and just one actionable thing that I think that the district could do better to improve is the different ways that we are kind of forced to communicate. We have Facilitron used as a calendar. However, looking at a general teacher, I don't care about what rooms are used. I don't care about all the other things. I just need to know, is 50% of my class going to be gone on school business or be pulled out of class for some reason? That's really what I need to know. So Facilitron as a calendar doesn't quite work as well as it needs to in the terms of a teacher. The other thing that we need is I can get information from email, I can get it from Teams, and then I'm also supposed to look at the calendar in there. So when I'm looking through all of those pieces, most of the time we will have a discussion in my department and go, yes, we got notified about that. Where was it? And we spend 5 minutes trying to figure out whether it was emailed to us or whether it's on Teams, which Teams, and then let's not forget we are SharePointed to death as well. We are told, oh, well, that information's there. It's on SharePoint. I should be able to search one place and just find it. I should not have to, again, go and search for it. In there. So that is just one actionable thing that we can actually get if one spot for teachers and educators of where everybody is at one time, and so that I don't have to guess on what's going on in there. Secondly, with my minute left, I'm going to choose to be positive, and that's a change, right? I want to talk about my kid's school, Claywell. It was brought kind of down in terms of people didn't want to take their kids from their A-rated school, which I can agree to a point, right? It sounds good. But I want to just talk about how wonderful community that Claywell has. It has a sweetheart dance and where the parents and kids just go out there and have fun. It's just a great time. We just did that last week. I just chaperoned my kids' trip to Kennedy Space Center, which was amazing, and I wish I had the chance to do that as a kid. And then they do a spring fling, which is a fundraiser, but it's fun for everybody. It is a really great school, and let me just tell you that there are teachers giving up their own time every single time. You're not going to find that. I don't think you're going to find that at any other school. There are PTA moms, there's everybody else, but there are teachers taking the time to spend their time doing it, and I wanted to praise them for it.
Thank you. And that concludes our employee input. We will return to our agenda. We are now on 601, budget amendments for the period ending in January 31st, 2023. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll transition to our CFO, Mrs. Johnson.
Good evening, everyone, board members, superintendent, and constituents. I'm going to go over the budget for this school month in January 2023. This will be a brief presentation. As always, we start with adopted budget, and the overall revenues for our adopted budget was $1,656,000,000. Our total expenditures when we adopted this budget was $1,650,000,000, and our surplus we projected for this fiscal year was 16.8. Our beginning fund balance was 186.1. We were projecting an ending fund balance for this fiscal year of $202.9 million. This spreadsheet that has got a lot of information is about the third calculation that we received from the state. It had impacted this overall budget. As you can see, column A is the second calculation. Column B is the third calculation from the state. We did a comparison of variance analysis, and as you can see, the overall state, we had a reduction of the unweighted FTE of 1,175 students, so impacted our base FEFP allocation as well as other categorical funding. And that was a total deduction of $16.4 million. And part of that was the Family Empowerment Scholarship that took an overall, we did project it for this fiscal year of $75.6 million. The actual count number came in, it was a reduction of $82.1 million. So there was a total decrease of $6.4 million for Family Empowerment. So the overall impact from the state in our revenues for Hillsborough was 16.4, but also we get charter school did a projection. Their projection at that time was 282 million. The overall projection came in at 258 million, so that was 23.8 million short of their projection. So we have a surplus in our revenue of 7.4 million for Hillsborough. But you know the calculations are going to change in February because we have another count, and so the next presentation will be making an adjustment to our overall revenue.
Column B shows the December 31st, 22 amendment, and column C has the January 34th, 2023 amendment, and you can see the increase to the overall budget was the $7.416 million from the previous screen, giving us a surplus as of January 31st of $24.2 million and a projected ending fund balance for the year in June 30th, 2023 of 210.3 million fund balance compared to the 202 that we had previously. No.
That's it, you guys. No.
I don't know what happened to it.
That's it?
All right. Technical difficulties. Thank you.
Okay. There you go. Thank you. Did I do that? I hope not.
No.
The next slide shows the fund balance for the fiscal year, the projected. So you can see from July to January, those are the actuals. At the end of January, we had $436.8 million in fund balance. You can see that our projections from February through June will show the decrease as the expenditures catch up with the revenue for an ending fund balance of $202.4 billion, 4 million projected. This does not include, by the way, the ESSER movements nor the negotiations that we're still at impasse for. This slide shows the cash balances for the last 3 years. So the red is for the fiscal year 21, the teal is for the fiscal year 22, and the dark blue is 23. And you can see how much more cash we've had over the last 3 years. December was our highest month. We had an ending cash balance of $691 million, and you can see it starts decreasing as the expenditures start catching up. The projection for the cash right now is $249 million at the end of June 30th. This slide just compares the fund balance at the end of January 31st. We had an ending fund balance of $436.7 million. We still project at the end of June 30th, $210.3 million in fund balance. This, again, does not include the movements to ESSERs, nor does it include what we're at impasse for negotiations. Any questions?
Okay. I need a motion to. I need a motion and a second to approve item C601. I have a motion by Member Vaughn and a second by Member Horn. Member Gray, you pulled the item.
I certainly did. Thank you, Member Washington. And, I have a bit of a conversation, but also a request. I appreciate your astuteness to the financial ability that our district has monthly, and also I do believe we'll go up one notch on the fund balance because of your very dedicated work for the fiscal plan that you put together, Ms. Johnson. I am also in talks with the Florida Policy Institute, Dr. Noreen Dullard, and here's some requests, and I think I mentioned it to you. When we talk about our SB, the voucher bill, the universal voucher bill in 202, what she has said, and this is in writing, that when it's signed into law, which we should have every expectation it will be that, maybe some transportation in 202, but the funding needed to support would exceed this is a quote, would exceed the Hillsborough County Schools District budget, and there will be more voucher scholarships than there are students in Hillsborough Public Schools, which comprise one of the largest school districts in the nation. And this is in addition to the 10% that we already have for the FEFP minus from the charter schools. This particular institute, which this was just printed a few days ago and updated, says that in Hillsborough County it will go up to 30%. 30% will be, along with the loss of the Family Empowerment Scholarship and the other scholarships, will put us way in serious financial condition. And I think we all know this, or if we don't, I need to share all this data with every board member if that's okay with the Sunshine Law. But I want to request, Ms. Johnson, because right now, staff members, not in this room right now, they're already getting letters inviting students to come to the private schools. There's about 143 private schools in Tampa. And by the way, there will be a lot more, and there'll be additional charter schools. These requests will reflect a movement of students that will be extremely severe. It will be reflected in a fund balance because we will lose FTE, cheeks in the seats. I request a fund balance equivalent of 5,000 student loss, a 10,000 student loss, and a 15,000 student loss. And I will say, and I'm reminded of Arizona and Phoenix, the universal voucher plan is very similar to what we're seeing in Florida. It's very similar to Kansas City. This is not unusual that this has been throughout certain states. It will be happening in our district. Hopefully the homeschool, they have a debate, as many of you know, in the newspaper today, but it does include homeschoolers as well. All this is to say, and that's a request, a formal request. All this is to say the bigger picture is the reality of all these scenarios and these plans will not really be relevant, financially relevant. Because when you deal with a 5,000, 10,000 student loss, because they'll be going to private and or charter schools, we will be hurting. Within a year in Phoenix, they had, that particular school board had a traumatic time in paying the bills the first year. So I want us as board members, and I'll be certain if I get permission from Mr. Porter, I want board members to see these scenarios as in real time. Because I think that's, Superintendent Davis, I think we need to look at when we're doing recommendations, and I do respect the recommendations and the community input, but I think the financial reality will definitely move these scenarios in a whole different direction. And if we, okay, well, I got 29 seconds. Thank you. If we really want to be proactive and more realistic, then I would suggest my recommendation would to put off this redistricting, reboundary until we know for sure in May what we're dealing with these vouchers, because that's going to change every scenario known to mankind in this particular school district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Gray. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. Okay, so I just want to kind of clarify for people my understanding, because we spent a lot of time talking about this stuff and the budget and trying to understand. So based on our count, we lost money because the Family Empowerment part of the Florida Department of Education came back and said that we actually had more students who used vouchers than we had anticipated. So that led to $16 million reduction in the budget?
No, that led to the 6.4 million.
6.4 million. But then there were other categoricals that all came down to it.
Base FEFP, which we also lost students as a district as 1,875 students.
And then when we talk about charter schools and we say there was a reduction, what it really means is for how much they had projected. so far with the count, there were less than what they had projected. So it doesn't mean charter schools necessarily are getting less students. It means it's less the projection that they had projected for. Because some people get confused about that and they think, oh, charter schools are having less participation, but it's really less than they projected. And we anticipate on the next count, that number might change again, both with family empowerment and when it comes to the charter schools numbers.
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to kind of clarify that for people who are watching and trying to understand, like when we're, saying we have a loss and what that looks like. So what it seems like is what affects our budget the most are our scholarships, competition with charter schools, and our vacancies, right? Because we talk a lot about how right now our fund balance has been very healthy and we've built a lot up because of our vacancies, right? Because you build into the budget those jobs.
Yeah, this was the first year we built vacancies as part of our budget.
And so I also want to clarify that we had the conversation and you would like those vacancies to be filled, right? Because that means people in our schools taking care of our children, right? So our goal is to fill those vacancies.
Yes, based on capacity of our district and based on student count, we should be at full capacity.
And so when we have those vacancies and we're able to save that money, right, which is nice, and build up a healthy fund balance, which I know is important to all of us, it's not sustainable, right? And that's the problem that we've had and we've seen as a district, is that Member Gray is concerned that once HB1 passes, we're not going to have enough revenue to pay for everything, and that we're going to have to keep dipping into our fund balance. But honestly, that's what we've been doing for years, right? Is we haven't had enough revenue coming in, whether it was we were overstaffed or whether, we had too many employees. We didn't have enough revenue coming in. And so we've relied on our fund balance quite a bit. And that's how we've gotten here. And so as much as it's great to talk about savings in our fund balance and building up a healthy fund balance, if we're not really focused on the revenue piece and advocating for substantial revenue changes each year that are going to help support our budget, we're just either building up or eating away at a fund balance that really that money is aimed towards all of our employees being in those schools taking care of our children.
Yes, we're funded in a certain capacity based on the number of students, and that's where we build our budget with.
And so while we as the school board have a limited amount of things that we can do, whether it's rebounding or looking at positions that we might have to cut in our schools, or there's only so much we can do if the money that we get revenue-wise, whether it's going to scholarships, whether we don't have enough, isn't enough to sustain what our needs are in our schools. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I just want to kind of have that conversation and clarity, because I think a lot of times we talk about our fund balance and it's really important and that we're building it up. But ultimately we need to be talking about substantial money every single year and what that looks like in our reoccurring costs. Because no matter how healthy our fund balance is, eventually if we don't have enough revenue coming in to sustain our district, it's going to disappear anyway. Or hopefully we're going to fill those positions and we're not going to be able to continue to utilize that money to put towards our fund balance.
Because we're looking at our operational structure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
I want to clarify a couple of things just to make sure I'm going to think the same thought process is. If I remember correctly from our conversation in the past, our state funding and funding that we get per student categoricals is really only about 65% of our overall budget. Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
So when we talk about all of the programs and services and everything we provide within our district, and we're still building on that fund balance, although we're building on that fund balance and some of it's our vacancies, we also are pulling from our fund balance where we can get a grant or we can get some other source of funding and not have to use some other type of funding that we're getting from the state. Am I correct?
We utilize the fund balance when necessary because it's one-time fund. It becomes one-time.
Okay, so it's not just the money we're bringing in. It's many more things that are creating our budget. And so we as a board are in control of approving the funds in the different categoricals and what we can and cannot approve, because we can prioritize which things are important and we could still build our fund balance with what we approve. Am I correct?
Right. It's based on the board, yes.
Okay. And so one of the things that came up earlier is that it's been made statement in public that our financial department has not reviewed any other scenario except for scenario 4. Is that correct?
We did 2 and 4.
Thank you. Okay, so we didn't look at what 3 really was. So where did we come up with those figures of what money we would save?
Mr. Farkas, you want to speak to what WXY did related to studios?
Sure. They actually got the information from us, but it was average cost. So what Ro and her team did for the actual cost for 2 and 4 were to take real figures, the real principal's salary, the real assistant principal's salary. What WXY did was take the average principal's salary, the average assistant principal's salary across the board, because they didn't know which schools we'd actually be repurposing. So they did it on average costs as opposed to actual costs.
Okay, so I want to clarify that. So that savings is actually built on personnel that we will still need because we don't lose students.
Yeah, through the chair, we will not need the personnel because we have vacancies related to attrition, vacancies to retirements, individuals that transition to other professionals or careers. So as those attrition takes place, those individuals at that particular school will, from a teacher's perspective, will transfer over. So will the administration. You will no longer have to pay for a principal of that particular school. I mean, last year I think that we had changes in 30+ principals within our school district. So there's a number of individuals that are retiring and moving to different professions, and those will be able to transition personnel. We'll have those savings at our schools that we do for individuals that do not have contact time with students. Any teacher salary, any support staff salaries, those will transition to the schools, and that we have over close to 1,000 vacancies in both instructional and non-instructional. So there's plenty of positions they'll be able to transition to, saving the other positions at those current schools that we're going to repurpose.
Okay, so and then what other additional savings will we have by making any of the scenarios, especially scenario 4 at this point? That is your recommendation. So what within scenario 4, with the exception of our staff, what other savings would be significant?
Also, the biggest thing is transportation. We have $5.3 million that are identified for transportation costs that we will eliminate from running routes. And then that's not only inclusive for the fully repurposing of schools, but also the reroutes that we will not have to run, being able to move students closer to their communities in the geographical locations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. I actually had other questions, but since we're kind of talking about this, and I do think this is the most important thing that we're talking about when we're talking about the budget. And I saw the other day, Tampa is the #1 highest inflation in the entire country here in Tampa, Florida. So my question to you is, when you see the rate of inflation being the highest, when you're looking at the per pupil increase, the base student allocation to be possible, if we're lucky, $122 per child, which would bring us up to about $8,453 per child. So my question to you is, when you're looking at these all these scholarships, family empowerment scholarships, and you said you analyzed scenario 2 and 4, and when we talk about transportation, is the transportation cost almost double the savings in scenario 2 compared to 4? And that means that students are traveling less distance, right? So the idea is the students are going to schools that are closer to them. So not only are we saving double the transportation, children are not moving as far. So do you not think the extra $5.2 million is significant when you have teachers coming up here and they still don't have a salary for this year? We still haven't negotiated that, and now we're looking for next year. Do you not think the $5.2 million difference is significant, or do you find it insignificant?
Talking to a finance person, every dollar counts for me. So I don't know. I mean, that is not every dollar counts.
So in this process, any dollar that we save is significant related to being able to generate dollars internally to properly pay our employees. That's one thing we have to do. While we are appreciative of what happened last year with the BSA, with the increase of our allocations for throughout every school district, it came with a caveat of $15 per hour. What that did was just compress our salary schedule. So we have to be able to find ways to save money to address that from a support employees perspective, which is, I think, is around 17 steps that are compressed, and then also from an instructional perspective, which is around 7 steps that are compressed as well. So from us, every dollar is important for us as we move forward to be able to continue to put in within our budget. And then as it relates to House Bill 1, we will won't know the impact until the 10-day count. We're not going to know anytime this end of the year or through the summer how House Bill 1 impacts the school district. One thing we can't do is just continue to wait and not move forward related to being able to save every dollar and every cent that we can. But we also have to be able to put money into a marketing firm to come help us be able to market our school district and to be able to recruit kids and tell our story, which in education historically we haven't done a really good job because we're too busy rolling up our sleeves up helping children every day within our schools.
And my thought is if this is not going to be implemented for another year, what's the rush to get half the savings? That's my concern because we keep hearing that scenario 4 is the only one that's been analyzed, and it looks like scenario 2 has been analyzed. So what's the rush to save $5 million when it could be something like $10 million? I'm talking just with the busing. I'm not talking about the repurposing, completely separate, and how that impacts, because really at the end of the day, you're going from 36,000 miles savings to 62,456 or something like that, almost double, but kids are traveling less. So that's where I'm not understanding. You're saving more money, but kids are traveling less. It's better for students. Are we just not doing it because, are we thinking about the entire district, or are we just looking at what's good for right now?
Yeah, through the chair, and I guess this has turned out to be a boundary conversation.
If I could interrupt at some point, board members. Again, this is an important conversation. You have a special call board meeting coming up, but you have an agenda item with a motion on the floor that's about a budget amendment. So it is starting to get a little far afield. I don't know if the superintendent's prepared tonight.
Yeah,
so I think it's just maybe one of these things, if you focus on this agenda item, and then the conversation maybe is more appropriate when you have the special call board meeting.
Yeah, and I'll address this question, and as we move forward to this, at the end of the day, this board challenged or not challenged, but asked us to look at how we can really address our very overutilized schools and very underutilized schools. We engage with a vendor to go out and do that, which we approved to do that. 6 of the members currently here, and Ms. Rendon not being here, to go out and do this analysis. Bring them back into November to come and have conversations. We'll bring multiple scenarios. After scenarios, this board also challenged me to be able to, engage the community, listen to feedback. In that process, and through many one-on-ones with board members, many conversations with board members, many conversations and feedback with community members, it was a continuous theme of slow it down, listen for feedback, and let's make decisions that will positively impact this district in a way that we can get students to well-utilize schools, and at the same token be fiscal responsible in that process. Hence the reason why this team worked to be able to leverage feedback for this community and build an additional scenario that would be least disruptive as much as we could. We know that we have to do something, and I'm telling you, while we're talking about finances, I urge this board to take action. Do not pause. Do not put this off. We have worked this for many months. We've had many conversations in this, in the sunshine, through one-on-one conversations, through community feedback, in order for us to move forward. In that process, we've got to figure out holistically what we can do. This will be a multi-phase process as we implement. House Bill 1 will also potentially further us to have more conversations about underutilized schools within our school district, meaning that it could be a year from now to come up to be able to have more conversations. I also push to say that we also have to think about what we're going to do with magnet schools that are underutilized in the school district. So we have got to have multiple phase conversations. And at the same token, we've got to implement plans that are going to ease this community into it. We've heard very loudly through our communications what scenarios they like and what scenarios they don't like. Some louder than others in certain pockets of our school district. However, it doesn't negate the fact that we've anchored to be able to say, superintendent, listen to this community. Would we love, as superintendent, everybody's understood that from my perspective, we want to move as aggressive as we can to save as much money as we can. And I have done that as elegantly as I can the last 3 years. And this team is in this point where we use the scenarios to be able to move forward, to be able to do what's right for kids. If the board wishes to be able to take additional stances to add an inclusive, let us know. We'll continue to build, we'll continue to work in order to do what's best for this district, what this community can hold.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to your credit, Superintendent Davis, bringing the boundary change conversation. I'm not going to say anything more. But bringing it to the board as of 4 months ago, it almost would seem that you are being very proactive when I give you this information or when I'm sharing it with the board with regard to House Bill 1 and 202. So I want to thank you for that, because being proactive in my mind is better than being reactive. My question, Ms. Johnson, and we'll go right back to the same request, but how will, and you don't have to answer now because you may not have the answer, but suppose House Bill 1, the Universal Voucher Bill, and 202, but let's just take one. Can you share, not right this second, how will it affect our fund balance? Because we need to know, we need to have this proactivity fiscal, not by the month, but by every 3-4 months. And I think that's goes without saying, to be prepared. And I don't want to shock, neither do the board members, but we have to look at what's happening in our Florida legislative. I can't keep blind. One, sorry, Mr. Porter, but one revolves with the other. It's vouchers are vouchers. Go ahead, Superintendent Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
Be quiet.
Through the chair, for us, we can do a model of the $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 reduction in our FTE, and what that looks like related to actual money that is not generated and what that impact would be on our schools. Openly, though, we have to be very clear. As that, when you do a $5,000, $10,000, and $15,000 impact, that's going to come with us being able to look at the loss of personnel as well, because students generate resources, and so there could be an opportunity where we say that if we lose $15 million, there's going to be $15 million worth of personnel and or also other contractual obligations that we have that we're going to have to eliminate in effort to stay back in balance for what we actually generate to what we actually expend. So those go hand in hand every single day. I mean, not to get back to where we were 2 years ago of making tough decisions, but if this does impact us with losing students, then we're also going to have really have a serious look at staff allocation plans as well.
And the bond rating. We're reminded that we're not exactly, we're F3, is that correct? A3? Because I had that's a triple negative fund balance, is that right? You didn't want me to say it that way, so you wanted to say.
So watch.
We were on negative watch, and now we're on negative outlook.
So
that's an upgrade.
All right.
Yes, it is.
All right. So with that flavor given to us on this report here on the bond rating, we do know, and Superintendent Davis knows all too well, and I believe, Member Combs, you went to, if you didn't go to New York to the bond agency, you probably know that they expect for us as a board, as a superintendent, to show financial stewardship, recognizing the boundary, but they're looking at the board right now, and they're looking at Superintendent Davis, and they're looking at how we are tending to this boundary change, or attending. And bond ratings are important. And Ms. Johnson, because I have another minute, tell us why a high bond rating is better to have than a negative bond rating. And I know the operational costs, vendors, interest rates, but maybe you can give a better snapshot.
It impact the overall district borrowing, if we want to borrow money, and the interest rate that we get if we ever go to the table to build for construction projects or just to borrow money in general. Our interest rate would be at a higher rate.
Correct. Okay, so that's an important consideration for board members to keep in their minds as well, including me. Okay, done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Gray's right. I mean, they're looking at the decisions we're making when it comes to our bond rating. And when you go to New York, it's a tough meeting and you sit in front of them and they want to know what tough decisions you've made. And the boundaries is certainly going to be a tough decision. But they're looking for those types of decisions. So in a way for us to show that we've demonstrated that we are really trying our hardest to basically dig ourselves out of this hole, and I'll take every small little victory. Thank you very much. You know, when it comes to, there's been a little bit of a discussion on, you know, us losing students or losing the projected students. And I guess for me, I think to myself, are we offering the very best option so that we are the first choice when it comes to educating somebody's child? And, you know, I know we've improved a great deal in that regard, Superintendent Davis, but we obviously have more to do. And, you know, I think if you look at where families are leaving to use scholarship dollars or moving to charters, it's more than likely in areas where schools are habitually, you know, just underperforming, that they're really struggling. And it comes after, in some instances, generations of families experiencing struggling schools that, you know, many of these families have no other way out of struggling schools than scholarships or charters. So for some families, it actually equals the playing field. What we have to do is improve all of our schools. When we talk about equity and, you know, no matter what zip code a child lives in, they have the right to a high quality education. It should be an expectation. It should be a reality. And, you know, that's on us, you know, and we have to do better at that. We have to market the schools that have phenomenal programs to keep our families. So I think that, you know, if we are offering the most high quality choice, then HB1 or any other law isn't going to, you know, cause families to flee. So we need to really focus on improving every school in our district. And I know it's very challenging because there are a lot of confounding variables that impact schools that we don't have control over as a teacher, as a superintendent, as board members. And, you know, so as we're having conversations around funding, which is important to have, and I appreciate my board members' comments around that, we also need to have parallel conversations around, okay, how are we going to be more competitive? How are we going to make sure that, you know, what we are doing is going to be the very best and the first choice for families? And, you know, we've made great strides in that again, but we obviously still have a bit to go. And you know, and quickly, and I'm not going to get into the boundary stuff, but, you know, if you have looked at scenario 2 since our last conversation, and given input, I would like to have an updated number on savings, because I would doubt that it's exactly the same as WXY said it was going to be, since they didn't use any internal information. So if you could break the savings as well as reoccurring savings and just expense savings. So, you know, there's two different ways to look at that number. I would appreciate that. So, you know, I think that I'll save my boundary comments for another time, but you know, that's scenario 2. Obviously, you've looked at since we've had the workshop, so I'd like just an updated number that's more accurate than the one. And you know, in all fairness, you know, Mr. Superintendent, you have slowed it down. You have gotten feedback from families, and you know, I think to choose a scenario that doesn't have feedback is a disservice to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I'm so confused and frustrated. We literally said we weren't going to turn this into a boundary conversation, and then the superintendent spoke quite a bit about boundaries, and I understand that this is, you feel passionate about and you want to have an opportunity to discuss it, and then we all kind of, some of us had more time to talk about what we feel is important and talk about it but then we're getting told to refocus. And what that indicates to me is we need more time to talk about this as a board. And I still don't understand. And I'm not saying that there's anything that's different, but as far as what your motivation is than what you're saying, that you just want to make sure we're positioning ourselves for anything that comes our way. I understand what you're saying. However, rushing into a first special call board meeting when we all have so many questions and different trains of thoughts, I don't think there's a board member up here who doesn't value $6 million or anybody who's saying it's trivial. What we have to do and what our job is to make sure that for that amount of savings, the impact that we're looking at having on our students' lives and our families' lives are worth that much money, right? Because if we are saving that $5 million, but we're impacting so many students and families who leave our district because of those decisions, those have repercussions too. And we haven't had that space as a board to continue having those conversations. There's a lot of missing pieces for me to be able to make a decision about what is the most important thing versus that money. And while $5, $6, $10, $12, $17 million is all crucial and we need every single penny of that, once again, that's not one step. And next year, whether we compress or not, whether the question is, we're still going to be coming up against this money that we need to come up with when our revenue isn't coming. And in all fairness, I understand we control some portions of our budget for sure, but we don't control what the per pupil spending is. And we are even challenged when we have these counts. We have one count number, and then a few weeks later, after they gave us the numbers, they came back and said, oh, we made a mistake. Now we have 900 more students that we're going to take money from. And then it's up to us at each school site maybe to use our data processor or not to figure out which count is correct and make sure. So, there's a lot of moving pieces. And so I think what I'm hearing and what I've been hearing from the community, from fellow board members, is we just need the space and time to be able to talk about these and weigh it, right? Like, we all want to make the best decision. I don't think anyone up here is ill-intentioned or doesn't have the benefit of their district or the district as a whole in the forefront. But with so many moving pieces and variables, we really need to explore the impact versus the gain. And that's kind of where I'm frustrated, is because I think that's why this turned into that, is because that's what we need and are looking for. But I'm going to digress and go back to the budget amendments, which, yes.
I don't want to stifle any conversation. This is a big decision that the board is facing, and it's not on the agenda.
Yeah.
So the public has a right to hear this discussion. And again, I don't want to stifle any board member from speaking, but you have an agenda item that has a motion on the floor, and it's really unfair to the process and to the public to be talking about it when it's not on the agenda. So that's my only reason for interrupting twice now, but I will reiterate that you really shouldn't be talking about this. So
always in response to me.
Yes,
I feel like
always.
a little single out there. However, I appreciate the information that you've given. I think that regardless of where it is, we all understand that as a district, we need to either find ways to get more money, because when we talk about school improvement, right, we have to talk about the finances that go around that and whether or not we have the staff to support that, right? Because a lot of people are looking for smaller classrooms, or is my kid going to have what they need? So I think it's all a part of a bigger conversation, but for the budget amendments, we've gone through it. I appreciate all your help and I understand it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Superintendent, you wanted to respond real quick, and then I'll give it to Member Perez, or just you had a comment, or do you just want? I'm going to say, how about we hold your comment, Member Perez?
I'm going to turn my mic off.
I promise I'm not going to talk about boundaries. So you're speaking regarding the counts and how the counts are important. And I promise I will not talk about boundaries. But the money and the counts won't happen correctly because our families have gone through so much in the last 3 years. And our counts are so off right now. In the last 3 years, we have 16,000 individuals in Hillsborough County that are homeless. Families have been shuffled around Hillsborough County due to with issues with affordable housing. And our students have changed schools numerous times. And they know this process so well, unfortunately. So I know this board member, my focus is on the student's future and education first and foremost. So the count and the money is important, but our students' education is even more so.
Thank you, Member Perez. Board members, please vote when your lights appear on the budget item. We're voting on the budget. And it passes unanimously. 703. 703. Approve the purchase of White Fleet vehicles of the operational needs of the district. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is 703. Oh, sorry. Sorry, this is an opportunity for us to go out and to work to purchase White Fleet. We've had some very difficult times being able to add to our White Fleet. We put out a solicitation I think it's September 2021. We had, through that process for White Fleet, no viable bids were received. So we've really struggled to be able to update our continual vehicles that continue to serve our children at all of our schools. So just going out to be able to use capital funding to be able to expand our White Fleet. And this has really helped our maintenance personnel, carpentry, locksmith, our safety inspectors, fire inspectors, code inspectors, our comms team, IT team, all to have fleet to be the transition to and from schools every single day in a vehicle that we're not having to spend so much money on to be able to repair. So, come to the board to ask us to not only leverage this expenditure as we spent over closer to over $1 million in the last 12 years for our maintenance and repairs for older vehicles, and to be able to get a newer fleet within our organization to be more efficient on the road, to be more efficient to be able to serve children as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C703. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Oh, I'm pushing the wrong buttons too, Dr. Hahn over here. Yeah, I just want to clarify my understanding of when we talked about this issue. I'll take myself out of the queue because I pushed the wrong button. So we're approving this money, but you're not anticipating spending it because you're hoping with the piggyback from 704, we're going to do more leasing than buying these high maintenance White Fleet that are hard to maintenance. So even though we're approving this amount, you're not anticipating spending it because you're hoping that 704 will yield us good rentals from this piggyback. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's a fair statement. The approval is for the 44 vehicles, which we're going to talk about in 704. 703 is for any vehicles that can also be caught in that part of it too. So yes, we don't anticipate spending the $6 million, but we went to the other entities like the county, the sheriff's department, and said, how are you able to purchase vehicles? They used a tool similar to this to make that happen. That's why it's in front of you today.
And to add on to that, excuse me, through the chair, is that we don't forecast even having accessibility to the number of vehicles that we need to be able to have this expenditure. It's been very difficult, and you see the supply and demand related to the increase in vehicles and an increase in prices and the reduction in vehicle manufacturing. So it's going to be difficult to do.
So I guess one of the questions that came out that I'm not sure I understood the answer was when we approve something like this and we say, hey, we approve up to $6 million for this purchase, but then 704 comes through to fruition and we maximize out our rental lease and we don't end up purchasing these vehicles. Again, because it seems like, and I'm sure my other board members agree, we're constantly approving money for the White Fleet. But from what you explained, even though we're approving it, we're not able to get those vehicles, and that's why we keep seeing it come up. What kind of process do we have to circle back and say, okay, you approved $6 million, but we only end up using $1.2 million, or, how do we get follow through after we approve something? Because we're approving double money here, right? We're putting our both pots just in case, lease or purchase. I guess I want some follow through to understand what ended up being viable, where we ended up spending our money. You approved $6 million, but with this lease, we only, you know what I'm saying? So I want to understand that process.
I think it's a completely reasonable request and one we've never had to worry about up until this point, but that is pending right now. So I think it's a completely reasonable request that we provide updates, whether that quarterly or biannual, that we say, here's what we're able to purchase on that, either 703 or 704 if they're approved, and we give that report to the board. So you know exactly what we purchased each quarter, so you can gauge that. Also, as we talked about, if we go forward with this every year, whether it's the lease or it's the purchase, we will come back to the board for approval for that with metrics to show what worked and what didn't work and how we were able to cut down on those costs.
Which is going to be my question on 704. Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. I want to thank Member Vaughn for her questions and comments, because I think all too often, the public sees this and they go, oh my gosh, how much money are you spending on cars? Like, I know they're expensive, but what are you buying? And the other question we also get is, at a time when we're struggling to pay bus drivers and teachers, and again, I think it's important just to say on the record, even though I know all my colleagues understand this, is that these are capital dollars. They would not be able to be used towards salaries, and that we may be, just like Member Vaughn said, just so that the community understands, we may be approving these two, but we're kind of hedging our bets that we're going to be able to lease vehicles and get them at a better price and not have to spend the whole $6 million. So
that's correct. They are capital dollars and cannot be spent on salaries. You're right on that.
Yeah.
In fact, this board item we see anticipating and helping the general fund. We spent, as Superintendent Davis referenced, almost $1 million last year on repairs. We spent about $300,000 on local mileage reimbursement. And it was late in the afternoon, so I apologize, but we had some great questions from some of the board members about how much do we actually spend per vehicle, and I was able to send that to you this afternoon. And it's skewed because we had to do huge motor replacements on a big F-350 that's much more expensive, but skewed out over to it, it's over $1,500 we spent per vehicle, because our average vehicle age is almost 14 or 15 years old. But it's not just the cost, it's actually lack of efficiency. We talk about maintenance requests, and I know a lot of you have heard that. We're at a point now where we don't have enough vehicles where we have two people riding in a truck instead of one person. That obviously, efficiency standpoint doesn't help us at all either. So it'll help us in part one because we won't spend part one money or general fund money on those repairs, or it'll lessen that. And same with local mileage reimbursement for some of the people who've had to drive their own cars because there's no district vehicle to do that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 704, piggyback of the agreement between Sourcewell and Enterprise Fleet Management Incorporated. Sourcewell request for proposal 030122, Enterprise Fleet Management. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, Mr. the Chair. This is in a contractual agreement with Enterprise Fleet to be able to lease 44 vehicles, 29 of those vehicles being Nissan Rogues and 15 being F-350 trucks for our workforce. And this is, the good thing about this, they're vehicles that we lease for the next 5 years. They're going to be fully under warranty. There'll be new vehicles that will reduce and alleviate funds, general funds spent on maintenance. And at the same token, being able to save closely to $84,000 of general funds over the 5-year trend. In addition, while this is an expenditure that we'll lease for $392,000, the equity in the vehicles for a 5-year trend is going to be around $319,000. So this is a significant decision made, being able to look at return on investment, but at the same token, being able to get vehicles on the road that are going to be reliable and more efficient with saving general fund dollars.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C, 704. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to, and I'm sure my fellow board members already know this and have asked the similar question, but as I've mentioned, I get very nervous with long contracts. And I feel this one was quite a long did we change the contract date in this?
No, ma'am. It's a 5-year.
Well, isn't it longer than 5 years when we originally looked at it and talked about it? No, ma'am. Okay. However, you made very clear that regardless of whether we do a 5-year agreement or not, we're going to revisit it next year, again with the matrix, so we can talk about whether or not this is the best contract, because there is some concern that they won't be able to provide the vehicles either, right? If there's a shortage, if we're looking for leases, there's a possibility they can't live up to the contract. We're seeing that with lots of different contracts if there's a shortage supply. So regardless of whether we approve this for 5 years, it will be brought back before the board again next year for reapproval to make sure that we can discuss it and figure out, how well they were obligated to their contract and all of that to move forward. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
Yeah, I just, we are reminded too that the boundary changes will influence possibly some of the transportation costs. And I think just being proactive, Mr. Farkas, maybe if that be the case on transportation items, that you can also share the perhaps the difference of cost when we get the boundary changes in place. Would you like to remark on that?
Most assuredly, because one of the things that we're doing is projecting on transportation savings, and that is based on how many kids ride. 43% of our kids ride a bus. Depending on what happens with the boundary shifts, that will be one that we'll have to come back with a metric and say how much do we actually save. So I think the board is entitled to that, and it's important information for that.
Well, especially because the Senate Bill 202 will possibly change the 2-mile expectation to none, and that's going to affect all the transportation costs, bus driver needs, etc. So, it's fluid. But to Member Vaughn's point, very important that we keep the update coming forth as it will change. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn?
Member Combs. So just to follow up on Member Vaughn's comments, if they can't fulfill the contract as far as, if we need vehicles, then we just don't expend the dollars. I mean, if they can't provide the vehicles, then we don't spend the $500,000, correct?
That's correct. And if they're able to get access, the reason there's 44 on there is because that's what they could guarantee us they could get. If they could have gotten more F-350s, you would have seen more on here. So both ways, either way, it'll come to the board. If they don't get as many, we won't spend them. If we're able to get more, we'll come back to the board for more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Rendon?
Yes, can we just clarify exactly where the savings is when it comes to general revenue dollars by leasing vehicles?
Yes, it is. The general fund capital dollars are not allowed to pay for vehicle repairs. We spent almost $1 million last year in vehicle repairs, and we had to go literally to auction houses to get, because vehicles are, if our average vehicle is 14 years old, that means, we've got some 25-year-old vehicles that are in that mix. So trying to get those costs extra money and has them down for a long time. So that's one big, we anticipate that being cut down. We'll never go to zero on that. There's always going to be repairs that are part of that, but we anticipate it being less than $1 million. It's gone up every year the last 3 years. And then the other place is local mileage reimbursement. If I'm able to I'll put my building code inspectors, excuse me, we have 3 of those. Their entire job is to go to building and check building codes. They drive their own personal vehicles. They are reimbursed out of Part 1 funds, every single 52 cents a mile for every one they do. When they get in this car, we get gas at a lower cost, and there's no more mileage reimbursement. So we'll save money on those examples, and there's many more examples of that. But repair is Part 1, and then local mileage reimbursement will be the Part 1 general fund savings that come out of leasing these vehicles.
And how many vehicles do we have that we need to replace compared to how many we're going to release?
So we have 515 white fleet vehicles right now. Depending on who you talk to, a repair would tell you how many we actually need to replace. I'm sure lots of the guys would rather have newer trucks. But that being said, we know we have over 200 vehicles that if we had the choice to, we'd replace right now. From an economic standpoint, keeping them on a 5-year rotation saves money for this district. It's the most fiscally responsible way to do things. And if we can have capital dollars set aside for that, they stay under warranty. The repairs never come out of the general fund. They stay out of warranty is the best way to do it. And you actually have residual value in reselling your vehicles, just like many of us do. Now, some people take it and they run their car into the ground, but there's no sale on that. So our job is to try to keep value within those vehicles and lower the cost on Part 1.
So how many would we be leasing? Remind me.
44 is what Enterprise was able to get to us in this agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Vaughn?
Okay, this is going to sound like it's a sarcastic question, but it's sincere. If we're saving capital dollars with this, are we able to allocate those other things like fixing plumbing?
So we're saving general fund dollars to do that. But
But
yeah,
you also said that we would save capital outlay dollars with this as
we
well,
will.
correct?
And what the way it'll help with plumbing is I won't have two plumbers going to one spot to fix one sink. We'll be able to split.
So this will help our plumbing problem as well.
Certainly will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 705, approve the resolution 2302 impact fee fund disbursement from Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners for construction and construction management of Manhattan pre-K through 8 school located at 4210 West Bay Villa Avenue, Tampa, Florida. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. As we continue to expand our schools in 24-25, we'll have Manhattan K-8 that's coming on board. This is a 1,800 student station facility, so just going to the Board of County Commissioners and asking them for the $50 million of funding that we, for impact, to be able to come and let us use it to be able to build this facility.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item 705. I have a motion by Member Hahn. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Hahn and Member Gray, you pulled this item. Go ahead, start with Member Hahn.
Thank you, Member Combs. What's the timeline, just for the public's edification, on once we approve this and we receive the funds? Or what does that process look like after tonight if this passes?
So we'll reach out to the county staff tomorrow and
Okay.
see what we'll get on the next available Board of County Commission meeting. As soon as it gets approved by them, usually 24 to 48 hours later, we get that money. There's no rule or process for when it goes on there. They've worked with us pretty well on trying to get it done in a timely manner lately, which has helped us.
What do you anticipate, within a month?
I would say 4 to 6 weeks is reasonable. The same way it would be for our board, to have that agenda review and make sure they have time to explain to their county commissioners what it's for, where it is, that kind of part. So I think 4 to 6 weeks is reasonable.
If it goes beyond that, could you please inform the board members?
Yes, ma'am. And through the chair, we've done a really good job over the last couple of years of building great relationships, and we believe it will get done within 6 weeks, but we'll inform the board.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then you said, I'm sorry, after, if it's approved by them, then it takes a couple days?
Yeah, I mean, if that. Usually we get it wired within 24 to 48 hours. They're pretty quick once their board approves it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 questions, Superintendent Davis. When we referred to the planning as a magnet school. With your comment about the magnet, is that still happening with the boundary change coming up?
Through the chair, this is, are we talking about this particular school? Because this particular school right now will be, right now slated to be a choice school within this particular.
A choice school. Okay, that's how I would have worded it as well. Secondly, what schools are we sharing when it says absorbing elementary and middle school students? Which particular schools?
For this is going to be, go ahead, Chris, this is going to be open for any of our students in elementary and middle school.
Exactly, and we anticipate our Port Tampa, South Tampa areas that we've had. Some of those schools are overcrowded. Some of those schools are looking for other options. So the reason we wanted choice is so we can relieve as many schools as possible within that area.
Okay, so that's an open-ended answer.
Yes.
As many schools as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. Let's wait one more second and okay, and it passes unanimously. 706, the increase in expenditures for piggyback 19202 agreement between Everdriven LLC for alternative student transportation. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an agreement with formerly ALC. This is now Everdriven, which provides ongoing supports currently to our students with transport and ESE students, homeless students, our students in choice. What the Department of Education did is they provided a grant for a drive-in choice grant program to be able to improve accessibility for students going to and from school, choice schools that may not have transportation. So what this does is being able to come back to the board, and this was originally approved in 2019 in a 5-year agreement, to add the additional money from the grant to be able to serve children in our choice program. Currently, there's 292 students that we are using contracted services for, and this could help up to 50 students to be able to alleviate additional funding for the entire year to get to and from school using this grant from the Department of Education. Most importantly, we see that students struggle to get to Leonard High School, to their collegiate academy, and at the same token, Progress Village to be able to get to the performing arts, and this would be able to help in that type of way.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 706. I have a motion by Member Washington and a second by Member Gray. Member Vaughn and Member Gray, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments? Go ahead. We'll start with Member Vaughn.
Thank you. So in trying to understand this grants and the way that it's worded, do we anticipate, because after the last legislation session, we did a recap and we had some questions about transportation. And, when we talk about choice, if that means at some point we're going to be expected to provide transportation to charter schools or scholarship vouchers. I'm confused about the language in this since it talks about choice. Was this originally created, or is there something in it utilizing talking about transportation? Like, let's say a parent needs transportation to a charter school. Is this grant opening the door to be allocated for that? Or help me understand, when it says choice, is that only for our magnet students that are considered under choice, or where does that lend itself?
So the federal government came up with a choice grant, and we approved that. It is only for our magnet students. It was before a lot of the language that you're referencing that we actually applied for this grant. It was just awarded recently. It is only eligible for our magnet students and ones we designate within that grant. It doesn't apply to charter or to private schools as part of that. And that doesn't mean that the state can't open it up to charter schools or to private schools to have that. But this particular grant that's in front of you tonight is only for our students, for magnet students, and only for choice students. Now, EverDriven traditionally has not been used for choice. It has been used for McKinney-Vento, ESE kid, things that were kids that had traveled a far distance to get to, and buses weren't available for them. This is the first time it's been used for choice, and the reason it's being used for choice is because the choice grant is paying for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray.
Mr. Farkas, and I apologize, I didn't get an agenda review because we've been busy, so some of these questions are generated because of the absence of connectivity. The question I have is, why were these expenditures over? It says at this time expenditures have exceeded original expectations. What happened?
We got the grant. So the budget was for the $4.5 million that we had approved, that you all had approved. When we got the $900,000 grant for choice students, that's what we're back in front of you. The expenditure, we exceeded it because we were awarded a grant, and that $900,000 extra expenditure is what you're approving tonight. So if we had not had the grant, it would have gone on the same budget that you all had approved. The reason that it's in front of you is because we got the extra money, and so we're going to exceed the spend because we're adding more kids to that.
Okay. All right. The second question I have is, what schools are included with the choice or magnet?
Right now it is Progress Village and Leonard Collegiate Academy. Those two schools, while they're further south, are part of the magnet grid. There's been previous administration before Superintendent Davis there where they made some agreements to transport kids from the Fishhawk area and from the southern part of the county to those schools directly as part of being part of the magnet grid. That creates huge problems for our bus drivers. Area 8, our old Area 8, which is the southern part of the county, is one of our biggest challenges for bus drivers. And so having direct routes that run across that county, and as many of you know who have been on Big Bend Road or Fishhawk Boulevard or any of those areas, the College Academy, it's so hard to get across there. So you end up spending so much more time with a huge bus for a small amount of kids. So those are the two that we targeted in the grant because it will allow them to not have to sit on a bus for an extended period of time and pick up kids from all over the southern part of the county. It'll be a direct route. So those are the ones we applied for, and we were awarded. I also want to add one thing. Mr. Beekman had text me during this. Charter schools were open to apply for this. However, they did not apply for this. So charter schools were not awarded in Hillsborough County any of these grants that came through. It's only us.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. and it passes unanimously. 1001, analytics staff augmentation. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an opportunity for us to bring in a consultant to really help us transition, in a vendor really, to transition our data warehouse information from our student information system in Lawson to our data warehouse. This will allow us to be able to transfer all of VAN reports, evaluation reports from one location to the next in an effort to be able to match all of the implementation with Synergy and also Infor, which would be our Lawson replacement. We do have 2 individuals that are on site that could potentially do this, but they are really working, 50, 60 hours a week to be able to make certain Synergy and Infor transfers over. So being able to have this individual, this contract, to be able to make certain that there's seamless transition from our data warehouse to the information system to make certain that all of this information is captured.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 1001. I have a motion by Member Gray, and I have a second by Member Hahn. Member Rendon, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you. Yes, I do. So, when we started this whole process and talking about this whole transition with Synergy, in my vast experience working with the state of Florida and transition into new computer programs, I said, I do not want this to be the mini pit. I want to know up front exactly what cost we're going to have. And I was reassured that we needed this big push 2 months ago to get us over that threshold, to get us the next step, because we had to implement this program. And this is the second agenda item we've come to that is going to relating to now what else we need for this system. So I'm going to ask sincerely to the district, can you please lay out the plan of exactly what is going to be needed cost-wise, time-wise, because, we keep approving more and more and more for this transition that was supposed to have started over 4 years ago. So I don't believe I don't have an accountability of what has been spent so far. I don't have an accountability of what's to come. So before I can approve anything, I need to know what's been spent and why. What was it needed for? What needs to continuously be spent and why? And what department is it going to it's going to affect?
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair. So we will work on getting you a list of all the expenditures to date. I do want to state that this is more specifically towards the student information system. However, we do also have the ERP project, the Infor project, that is also falling into a similar category. So we'll actually provide the expenditures for both of those. We are working towards a holistic overview of what the expenditures remaining look like for the district. However, as we walked into this, there were still a lot of unknowns that even we are still uncovering. I am working with our staff as well as other vendors to help us to determine and finalize, hopefully, a more comprehensive list of all of those items that you're asking for and be able to build the appropriate budgets so that the board can approve them based off of the knowledge that we have.
And I appreciate that very much. And again, I don't want to hinder the workings of this district. However, I believe that we really have a fiscal responsibility to make sure we know what's been spent, what needs to be spent, and exactly how we're going to get over the finish line. So I'd thank you for taking the time to be able to do that before.
Thank you. Member Rendon, Member Vaughn.
Thank you. So we find ourselves here again, Dr. Weeks, where I completely have heard Dr. Whalen and you attest to how important this is, and I don't doubt that. And we had a conversation, and why I've tried to be supportive of that as my inbox fills with our staff members writing consistent emails pleading for a livable wage, consistently talking about affordable housing crisis and pricing out. I just cannot in good faith at this point vote anything else out of the general fund. And I hate to do that. I know that's a hard position for you. When I talk to you, I'm always like, I want to say that it's not because I don't support this item or I don't think that it has value. This is more discussion when we talk about flexibility in our funding, when we lobby Tallahassee of what that looks like. However, like I said, the emails that I've gotten from teachers and staff consistently begging and pleading for a livable wage, not even asking for anything other than being able to manage the increase of the price of living. I cannot at any point vote for anything out of the general fund anymore. And I just wanted to clarify, it's not because I don't support this item, although it does start to feel a little bit like the money pit. I have faith that it's going to be used in good measure, but I just can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
Well, conversely, I will support it, and I'll tell you why. Because, and Dr. Weeks, we've talked about this, when you have a board member or 2 or 3 who do not understand the entire vision that you're creating, you cannot blame them for asking questions, because everything that comes up, they see another expenditure. And I think it just, again, reconfirms that the need for a plan to be shared with Member Rendon and anyone else, because this is part of a total VAM and ESOL, all types of collection of data that we have to have. But how would they know? So it's very important that you present in a holistic, I hate to use the holistic, but there is a big plan that I'm privy to, but I don't know whether they have gotten it. So at any rate, that's number one. And second, we have to keep our teachers modernized, because right now, if we don't have an information system that is like that's ready to get the immediate information on, I'll just say the VAM scores, such things as the teachers need and the leadership team, then again, it takes them a very long time. Have you spent any time sharing the time quotient, the total amount of time from Synergy versus what we had before in terms of usage? Maybe you can expand on that.
Ma'am, I can't say specifically that I have. I know that some people have actually looked at the amount of time that is spent in performing tasks in comparison between Synergy and EdConnect. While we are not fully integrated yet with Synergy, it's not really a fair comparison because we don't have full implementation yet. We'll be able to know a little bit better what type of efficiencies we're able to gain once we have the full implementation in place for Synergy.
What are the advantages then? Sell us this.
So the advantages for us is going to be more reliable data. So EdConnect, which is our current student information system, was something that's been homegrown roughly for the past 30 years. It has been customized highly to deal with the specific requests of administrators and teachers throughout the district over those 30 years. We're moving to a more off-the-shelf, a more industry-standardized application that will allow us to take advantage of number one, not only the same type of reporting as some of our peers throughout the state, but also some of the best practices throughout educational institutions throughout the country. And it also does impact us from the perspective of not having to maintain as much of the system. Again, since the current system is homegrown, we have the responsibility to maintain it. With Synergy, we pay the vendor to actually perform the maintenance. So anytime that state reporting requirements or any other items are changed by the specific organization, it's not our responsibility to actually make that change. It is up to that vendor to supply the change that meets the appropriate needs.
Well, in real time, meanwhile, our principals are being trained, leadership are being trained. If this doesn't get passed, then we're, all that is for naught. So, there's already an investment of time with our leaders who are using or learning this system. So, Superintendent Davis, perhaps you can expand on the need.
Yes, ma'am. And the importance of this is roster verification, and to be able to make certain that we are hitting all the requirements for the state reporting that is required by the Department of Education for roster verification for our teachers. If we do not get roster verification correct related to students attached to teachers and evaluations, we could potentially lose funding. So, and I don't disagree with board members asking for a continued list of what we have to do for expenditures. The problem is when you have homegrown systems for 30 plus years that you're trying to crosswalk to new sophisticated systems, you're walking into a room potentially with a flashlight trying to figure out what the issues are and what additional reports you're going to have to build. We're trying to limit what we customize with this transitions. However, these have got to be able to marry together. So when 2019, when all this was approved to be able to be implemented and adopted and accepted, you know what, we weren't prepared related to be able to have this transition to move forward. But right now, if this doesn't get approved, we could potentially lose funding related to roster verification with our teachers in our schools.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn, I think.
Yes, thank you, Member Combs. Sorry, I pulled out. I messed up. Anyway, I appreciate Member Vaughn. Thank you for letting me go. So I appreciate the time you spent with me, and I understand everything so much better after we sat and spoke about what the different systems are that we have and how they do and do not connect or speak to each other or integrate with each other, and the need for this data warehouse. And some things that really resonated with me was one, that it streamlines and standardizes the process. And that is so important, as Superintendent Davis just said, when we're talking about, for example, it does impact our dollars and our resources for classroom students programs, because when you're a district this size and we're relying so heavily on grant dollars to support many of the programs that we offer, especially in our transformation schools and our more vulnerable classrooms, grants are very important. And when you have this data warehouse where you're doing where it pulls data in and stores it, and then you can manipulate the data, it's a faster process to get that data that you need. For example, for a grant, it standardizes the data that you're using, which increases the validity of the information you're using. And the faster that we can respond to these grants, the more grants that we can actually be competitive for. And so that increases our potential opportunity for getting state or federal dollars to improve many of our schools, to become more competitive, to, offer more services. So it does, if you look at the big picture, this seems like, it's just, a place to store information. But there's anytime, I know, even when we ask for certain data, it takes a long time because it's such a laborious, task to pull the data and then make it talk to each other and then create some kind of, system so it makes sense. And then maybe you ask somebody else for similar data and it looks completely different because they're using a different methodology to pull it all together, so it's not standardized. So maybe there's pieces and gaps, and therefore the validity of the data is decreased. And so systems like this help us overall be a more effective and efficient organization. And I think we're seeing so much of this come so now because we have been operating in such an antiquated system. I mean, just looking back at the email system we used 5 years ago, good Lord. I mean, something as simple as that, So I can only imagine how antiquated we are in this area. So, I know it's out of the general fund. I know it's money that can be used in other ways. But sometimes you have to invest in things like this to make more money that can then fuel the things that are important to us. So, that's saying some just got to spend money to make money. And this is kind of that kind of situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Vaughn.
Thank you. I appreciate, Dr. Hahn, you kind of laying out why, when you think about all of this and we're talking about General Fund Monday, how you come to your decision. And I know that you didn't mean to sound condescending, Member Gray, when you said board members don't understand the process. I can attest that I understand it quite well, and I think I even made that point when I was saying why I wasn't going to vote for it. Not that I didn't think it was needed, but what my rationale was. Again, you know, we're kind of pitting whether or not we need much needed technology, which I'm not saying we don't, against having people in our classrooms, right? And that's unfortunately a very hard decision to make. So I just want to be clear that there's not a lack of understanding. You have always been very open and transparent and got me any information. So for me, it's not a matter of needing more. It's just a matter that as board members, we all make our own decisions. And being accused of not have political courage or not understanding things because I evaluate or looking at things from a different lens is starting to feel a little bit frustrating, because I think we all are adults here. We all have courage. We ran for office. We all look at things very, strategically and dive into them. And from what I heard from Member Rending, wasn't a lack of understanding, just she hadn't been here long enough to get the information she needed. She identified and she asked for it. And I'm sure when she has those pieces, there won't, her questions will be answered. So I just wanted to kind of speak to that I understand you and there's not a lack of anything. I'm just prioritizing where the needs are in our school. And we all see that differently and have different motivations of how we take our votes. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
And thank you, Member Vaughn, for, clarifying that. I come from a different point of view. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not a matter of whether the system is good or bad, because I know that it was voted in 4 years ago for a good reason. We have antiquated systems, things need to change. However, when we're 4 years later and we have 3 agenda items over the course of 2 months continuously asking for more funds, we have a responsibility to question what's been spent and what's going to be spent, because that original contract has come and gone. And so I think that's where I'm coming from, and making sure that we are spending our dollars. And general revenue is a precious commodity. And so even if it wasn't a precious commodity, even if we had $1 gazillion, I'd be asking the same thing. So I thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Perez?
I just have a quick question. Why is this being piecemeal together? Why didn't we get a program that is inclusive with everything, and we have to continue paying for every piece that we receive? I'm just curious.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair. So this was one of the instances where this is actually a secondary system that supports the student information system and the ERP. So while it's not directly tied to those 2 contracts, it is something that takes data from those and utilizes it, creates a more usable format. So for instance, such as ESOL certification and teacher performance that are required by state, they're needed in specific formats. This will allow us to actually use the existing programs, the student information system and the ERP, and take and translate that data into a specific format. The reason that we're not seeing all of the items is a lot of this is coming out when the projects were first started. I can't speak to how those items were specifically vetted, but they should have been vetted slightly differently. So I don't think that there was a full understanding of where the project needed to go right out of the gate. We're working towards identifying all of the needs so that we can give that overarching understanding of what is remaining to be spent, and give an overall picture of what these systems will cost us ultimately, once they're implemented.
And through the chair, may I add, the biggest thing, even though this was, and we talk about different aspects, and I'll just go back to Synergy, approved in 2019, and me coming on board, as soon as we got hit with COVID, all of our time, our efforts, and our personnel went to being able to support kids, support teachers, stand up a learning solution that we didn't have. So that took about 1.5 years to be able to support. And then as we started to transition, we identified so many different facets where these elements weren't being able to merge, and identifying reports and systems and people who we can put on this project to kind of walk us through it. And we've had barriers along the way that are unbelievable, and we still do in front of us. So We're pushing to see if we can get this off the ground because we have so much money invested to it, because this is a more sophisticated system that we actually need. But it's coming with some, some tears and some sweat to be able to do it, and Tom knows that. Everybody knows that. Sorry.
Member Perez, did you have any more comments? Okay, Member Gray?
And also, my last comment, thank you, Madam Chair, is that we see that we have new programs for leadership, new programs for teachers. It necessitates various connectivities for technology. In other words, some of the literacy programs have to have a computer. Some of these infusions of new monies for computer usage is driven because of the curriculum and many of the tools that the leaders need and teachers need. So, that's another area that I find to be considered as well. And sometimes you just don't know until you start using the computer, the program that the teacher or the leader, the principal's using, what we have to make it work correctly and efficiently. So that's another consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes 5-2 with Member Vaughn and Member Rendon voting no. Okay, moving on, 1101, our final item, piggyback to 22320, PGB LG Athletic Equipment and Reconditioning. Riddell Contract Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is bringing a piggyback to the board to be able to review our athletic equipment reconditioning. This is through Riddell contract. Our current vendor that we've had for so many years, due to the supply chain and demands, do not have the ability to be able to help us recondition. Bring it to the board because we have to be able to recondition our football helmets and our shoulder pads to be able to make certain that our coaches and our players have this equipment before they start the spring season. This is very important. You'll see that there's been a major increase, and this major increase is due to the helmet conditioning moving from reconditioning from $26 to $58, shoulder pads moving from $6 to $20. And so for us, this is important to be able to address and bring to the board so we can expedite this and being able to have that reconditioning for our athletes. And that's the reconditioning is all about making certain that every helmet and every shoulder pad is efficient and proficient, and that it is ready for students to be able to participate in a safe manner.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 1101. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray, and I pulled this item. Just very quickly, what I wanted to mention was, when we talk about our budget and finances and all the challenges that we face, almost every contract that you look at, when I sat down, the helmets went up from $26 to $58. That's more than double. You're looking at shoulder pads going from $6 to $20. So, I keep looking at things and saying, well, if the money is not coming from the state and we're the only district that didn't get a referendum, where is this money going to eventually come from? That's my question is, and I'm not going to talk about boundaries and redistricting, but my concern is when you're looking at something so small, right, that goes from $37,000 to $86,000, and that's for the safety of our students. And of course, I'm going to approve this, but this is what we're looking at across our district with a hopeful 2.7 increase by the state. So when you're looking at this as 50 plus increase in prices of everything, and that includes TICO, everything, what does that look like? So I just wanted to kind of just remember the issues that we're having here and the inflation and how is this sustainable long term. Member Rendon?
Yeah, like Member Combs, I did have some concerns about the increase of costs. So I reached out to several of our coaching staffs around our district and asked them about the difference in the change in the equipment. And although one of the things that was very important was that the previous vendor was not able to get them as on time as we needed them and get them into our student hands as quickly as we needed them. The second of all was the quality of the management of the reconditioning of our helmets and our shoulder pads. And at a time in which contact sports are being looked at across our country as a need for our students and keeping their safety, it is definitely the coaches that are there day to day that they are happy that we are going back to Rydell at this point because of the quality of the safety of the reconditioning of the helmets and shoulder pads. And so I found that to be very important. When we're looking at doing things within our district, this is one of those items that it's student first, and I think that's a priority. But at the same time, I urge this district to look at our athletic programs, look at our how we sell our tickets, how are we increasing our revenue to be able to provide more opportunities for our equipment, provide more opportunities for our sports programs. And so when we know costs are going up, I think we need to look at the district's athletic programs as a whole. We are using outside vendors for our applications for students to participate in athletics. We're using an outside vendor when it comes to our tickets and our ticket sales across the county. So where is that in our savings, and where can we make sure that we are putting the best foot forward for our students? I know that's not something you can answer today. I'm not looking for your answer, but in knowing that these are things that are on the increase, I want to make it something that we be aware of. So as we move forward, when we're looking at more and more of these items, that we're able to answer those questions if we possibly need changes within our athletic department.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. We will now move to superintendent comments. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, I'm going to give a gift of time back to everyone, and I'm going to allow the board to take on their final thoughts.
Oh, sad.
We'll get used to it.
Make it out.
Just a feel I have tonight, just a feel.
Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. Just three quick things. So I won't even take my whole 5 minutes. Look at that. One is we have Literacy Fair, Early Childhood Literacy Fair this Saturday at Slide Middle School from 9 to 11:30. So very excited. If you go on to the district social media or mine, you can register for your free books. It's also gotten sent out through Parent Link and Peach Jar. So we never turn a family away, though. We just have people register so we have a kind of estimated idea of how many folks to expect, so we have enough books for everybody. We have a lot of our great partners coming out with us on Saturday, so it should be a lot of fun. Also, just really enjoyed, had a wonderful time at the Student Forum last week. It was great to interact with students. They were just remarkable. They were brave in what they talked about and really gave some innovative solutions and ideas. So that's always one of my favorite events. So thank you, Dorothea Edgecombe, for creating that opportunity for us. And I'm so happy that it continues year to year. Also, just looking forward to seeing families at Madison Middle School for the boundary meeting on February 23rd. If families couldn't be here tonight to share their input, please come out to Madison and share your input. You know, it's so important to this process, so I look forward to that opportunity. And other than that, I'm done, so thank you. And happy birthday, Member Gray.
Yes.
And
thank you, and I'm waiting for my glass of champagne and all the other things that go with birthday celebrations. Thank you.
So anyway, thank you all and have a good night.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Gray?
So first, big time excitement for our Brain Bowl winners. And I kind of want to join in with Shake Washington, who absolutely was there and cheering them on. I want to thank Keisha Parham for putting this all together from Hapsby, having problems talking tonight. And she's just a wonderful leader of the African American Black history, and this is the 7th annual year, correct, Member Washington? And we had the winners, and I thank Madam Chair for reading them out. But I did want to say the high school first place was Gaither, second was Newsom, third was Bloomingdale, fourth was Leonard. And in the middle school, first was Roland Park, K through 8. Second was Morenin. And third was Tomlin. And fourth was Benito, because they're all winners, but these are the top 4. In elementary school, first place was Carrollwood. Second place was Egypt Lake. And third place, Frost. And fourth place, Brooker. And it was just a great day. Remember, Washington, when I get done, don't forget to handle the high school, because I wasn't there for the high school. You were there for the excitement, right? That was the big one. And thank you, Member Combs, for being part of that as well. And thank you again, Fred Hearns and our Chris Jargo, our staff, Superintendent Davis. You would have just been so pleased. We had Marie Rogers. Oh boy, I'll let Shake, maybe he'll remember all the individuals. Lynette Judge, but we had just great staff members dedicated to this event. And Pablo, let's get into the human trafficking, better known as student online safety. We have just a short video. We had a great panel last night, and recognizing maybe 40,000 families from the PTA. And I wanted to say thank you, Aaron Meisner, Fox News. He came out, and I shared this with Addison, Superintendent Davis, because he could have been at the boundary meetings, but he said the human trafficking was so important that he wanted to make sure it was on the TV. Telemundo also came. Melissa Magato, wherever you are, thank you for arranging that. Hillsborough County PTA, my goodness, they were there. But real quick, I better share the actual panel. And here it is. We had Major Chris Rule. We had Dottie Groover Skipper, who's in charge of the No More Foundation. Amy Marie Granger, who is the Hillsborough County PTA. Connie Rose, an absolute testimonial. Jan Edwards, Paving the Way Foundation. We had Colonel Lindman, Lindeman, who's on the Human Trafficking Committee for Sheriff Chronister. We had Judge Bowman, who is one of the chief judges that takes care of the human trafficking cases, very, very knowledgeable, very caring. It's all about safety, and it's all about helping our parents be more secure in knowing the signs of if their child is getting groomed or having their cell phone as a tool to lure students into nefarious activities. So without further ado, go ahead, Pablo. It's about a minute, I think.
Tonight is very exciting. I do not believe that there is another school district in our country who is providing such an informative, all-inclusive awareness campaign for human trafficking, where tonight's panel will be educating parents and the community on human trafficking. The school district is starting to roll out videos on human trafficking starting February the 23rd, where students will hear firsthand from younger people and students on what human trafficking is and how they can not fall prey to this insidious crime. So it's very, very exciting to be here tonight, to be part of the panel, and to be part of this incredible movement, I want to say, that is really being initiated by the Hillsborough County School District.
And a big commanding thanks to our superintendent for allowing this panel to meet. And actually, we're going to thank Tanya Arja, Communications, who also is putting it in Principals Weekly, and TBAE, which also is putting this out, and I'm out of time. Surprise. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Perez?
Yes, so also, I really enjoyed the students at the forum. One of the things that a lot of them talked about, both middle and high school, was how mental health continues to be, really important to them. and, providing that mental health space for them in their schools. They did resoundingly continue to say that they want those mental health groups in their schools, not just for themselves, but also for their, lower classmen, as they found them very helpful to them, superintendent, and we wanted to continue providing that space for them. I also attended the Shihai Elementary School Media Center dedication in honor of Carolyn P. Hill. The impact, a lot of our community leaders and also the students and staff talked about her legacy and how she had a big impact in their lives. And her legacy was do what is good and right for our children, always. And also, I attended the Black History Barbershop at Sumner High School. We had about 20 students that received haircuts. Yeah, it was really amazing over there. And also, I wanted to talk and address Pablo about the end of continuous Medicaid coverage that is going to really affect a lot of our families and our students. So since the beginning of the public health emergency, we received federal funding here in Florida, and Medicaid coverage did not disenroll ineligible recipients. So Florida here saw a significant increase from 3.8 million enrolled in March of 2020 to 5.5 million in November of 2022. So now, starting April 1st of 2023, the Department of Children and Families is going to start redetermining benefits over the course of 12 months. So a lot of our families here in Hillsborough County will be affected. So about 202,000 will be under the age of 19. So what's going to happen is you're going to receive some contact information. You have to check your mail, because you're going to receive a letter with a yellow, like a little yellow line through it. And parents are going to have to complete a renewal in order to continue in the Medicaid program. And we're going to be sending out, I believe, is it Superintendent, through Peach Jar, notifications?
Yes, ma'am. We'll be able to send that through Peach Jar and other notifications as well.
Okay, so for our families to make sure that they have their eligibility, make sure that they continue with their eligibility and that their benefits are not, that they don't have that gap for their, because our students receive benefits through our district, right, through Medicaid, through their programs, through schools. So we just want to make sure that our students are not affected through this, or aren't disenrolled. But that's about it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Prez. Member Vaughn.
Thank you, Member Perez, for making sure that our families know what's coming up and that they can keep the benefits that they need. Also, happy birthday, Member Gray, as well. I hope you get your glass of whatever it is that you celebrate on your birthday. Pablo, do you have a picture of the forum, the student forum we've all participated in, and that was so great? Because even though you weren't there in person, you were there in spirit. So here is our student forum where we got to interact with both middle school and high school. There's another picture as well. And the kids were fantastic. I know we all love that. There were so many things that came out that I think are really important, but two that I'd like to address that I think that can have a big impact that are relatively small. One, proper fish, whatever that is, where students need to input their volunteer information. If we could get some training on that, because they're really, really, really struggling. So if we can make sure our counselors are really up to date on that, and understand how to use that and get them the resources that they need. It seems to be a huge obstacle to students being able to access their Bright Future Scholarship volunteer credits. So if we could definitely figure out what's going on with Bright Fish, or Proper Fish, and make sure that we're providing the support. That seems to be a big barrier, and people don't really seem to know how to use it and input. As well as the fundraisers, certain booster clubs or clubs only being able to have one fundraiser a year really seems to be limiting their ability, and students have brought that up consistently year after year after year, that it would make a huge impact. Yes.
Sorry, through the chair.
Superintendent Davis.
We opened that up a while back, so we'll make sure and we'll revisit that so they can.
Great. If we can get that information out, if we've already taken care of it, because it was last week, we got a lot of concerns about it. So great. That's easy peasy. So the next event that I went to was the Gaither Stampede, which I have pictures of. Member Combs met me out there, and we had a great time. There's one of the student athletes running. That's when they light the torch. There's another student athlete running. The kids had a great time. There were over 500 participants, students who signed up to participate. One thing that they did say, though, is that it would be great if we had more of these throughout the county. Between Newsom next week and the one in Gaither, that services the entire county when it comes to Special Olympics. So Member Combs and I were thinking, maybe if we had one in one of the schools that was kind of central, that would help, because the people who participate in this, they don't get paid for it. Gaither pays for every student at lunch all day long. It's about 20 students. There were over 500 students. Luckily, they're able to raise that money, and I'm sure Newsom does too. But really supporting that and making sure that we have it more accessible. If we can expand it to more schools, that would be fantastic. And also relieve some of the cost on Gaither, as well as the time kids spend on buses trying to get there, because sometimes the events are limited. But they were amazing. There was so much energy in the air. Everybody was high-fiving. The kids were so proud of themselves. The teachers were engaged. One of the teachers, it was her birthday. She was our finalist for the year for the Ida S. Baker Award. She's amazing. So it was a great event, and I absolutely love it, and the parents love it too. So I'm really excited to be able to participate in that. The next thing I have is I just want to remind everyone in District 3 about the meeting at Chamberlain on Thursday, February 23rd at 6 p.m. I'm really hoping Superintendent Davis is at that community meeting, especially since Adams right next to it is up for a big change, as well as Chamberlain itself. I think it would be important. Oh, there's us in a nice little selfie. I think it would be important for you to be there. So if you have concerns or questions, please come to Chamberlain Thursday at 6 p.m. And then finally, I hate to keep coming back to it. I really, really, really do. However, we always have conversations about teachers and money and how money's not at the priority of things, and teachers didn't get into the field for money, and our employees in general. And that is very true. However, we have reached a crisis point where at this point it is about the money. Regardless of where your passion is, if you can't keep a roof over your head and you can't feed your family and you can't keep electric on, not being about money isn't a luxury anymore. And again, I can't emphasize how many emails that I get, not demanding anything, but simply pleading for help and support. So, I just want to reiterate that, our teachers and our employees are really suffering right now with the economy and what's going on. And then finally, I have one really quick question. Mr. Farkas, are there any electric school bus grants we have not applied for?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. And that's all my time. Thank you.
You had 12 more seconds. I'm just kidding. Okay. Okay. Member Rendon?
Thank you. Pablo, you want to go ahead? So I had the privilege of going to multiple things this last couple weeks, but one of them was, sorry, Dr. Hahn, but Newsom High School was in the regional finals with Plant High School, and we unfortunately both Newsom High School won. But at the end of the day, we have amazing athletes in our district, and these two teams really put their heart and soul into it, and so it was a great night. The stands were full from both schools, and it's great to see two of our schools coming to a regional final. So that was from Newsom's regional final. And then, I think there's some more. Let's look at the rest. Okay, and again, my student forum, this is a middle school students, and then we'll go to the high school. We'll go ahead. There's the high school right there. Oh, no, we're back to middle school. All right, well, then we'll skip those. All right, but I want to thank the students from both the middle school and high school for everything that they did. They did a great job. I did not want to take a picture of every one of the schools, but I did want to highlight that this was the National High School Cheerleading Championships. And here in Hillsborough County, we had Strawberry Crest, Plant High School, Plant City, Alonzo, Durant, Leonard, Sickles, and Bloomingdale, as well as East Bay. That is many of our athletes that are going to a national level of competition. There were over 50,000 student athlete cheerleaders at this competition in Orlando. So that is just a wonderful thing. The previous one with the pink shirts was Bloomingdale High School, was in the semifinals for the regional girls basketball. But I also want to highlight Armwood girls basketball. They were also in the semifinals. Bloomingdale was 2 and Armwood was 4, and Armwood unfortunately was out in the semifinals, but Bloomingdale did go to the finals and then did lose in the finals against Port Charlotte. But kudos to both of these young ladies and their teams that they really worked very hard for. I think there's one more. Nope, that's our high school. All right, and then lastly, I had the privilege of going to our color guard competition at Plant City High School. All of our bands and our color guards work very hard during the summers preparing for this, and so this is Freedom High School. The previous one before was, it's pretty amazing. That's Bloomingdale, Newsom, Plant, Sickles, and these are just several of the highlights. This was Newsom's as well as, so many of our high schools participated in this, and they work very hard all year long in really working towards these competitions and moving towards state. So that is Sickles High School doing already. So yeah, so I just want to give kudos to all of them. I also had the privilege of, I think my next slide and my last slide, yes, was out of 12 counties, 2 of our teachers were the 2 awards at the Engineer of the Year banquet, honoring 2 STEM teachers. And of the 12 counties, the only 2 teachers were our teachers from Hillsborough County and Gaither High School. And I'm going to butcher his name, but Demetria Papamitriani. And I knew I was going to butcher it, right? I know. And then Christina Epperson. And they both teach math at Gaither High School. So kudos to both of them and to our teachers in general. I want to piggyback off of Ms. Vaughn. Many teachers have reached out to me in the last week, not only because they want us to do right by them and right by their economics and their fiscal responsibility. However, they also want our support. And how are we gathering the community around them? How are they gathering the parents around them? And so anyone on the PTA that's listening, I'm going to charge you with getting with these board members and figuring out a good way that we're going to be able to provide parents back in our classrooms, parents back in our schools, parents providing the support to these teachers because they need their support to really manage their classrooms. And that was a consistent message across the board, helping these teachers really get it through the day. And so I want to thank all of the teachers of Hillsborough County. Without you, none of us have a job in this room, and none of our students are going to get the education they need. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a great brain bowl over at Milton, Georgia's Milton High School. The number one team that won was Gaither High School. Second place was Newsom. Third place was Bloomingdale. And fourth place was Leonard. It was very well attended. Mr. Hearns and I always donate money to the winners. So I did middle schools, and Mr. Hearns did the high school. We gave them $100 apiece. It went with $1 bills, so they could be excited. It was quite. So we both gave $500. We do this. We do it each year, and it was really a good turnout. Also, Pablo, if you would put on about the 5,000 role models excellence. This is the program, and I want to tell you, board, this is the program that we passed. We as a team, we passed the program, and it's been very productive. And I also want the board to know, when we talk about prisoner pipeline, this also helps students in order to keep them from going to the prisoner pipeline. I want to thank the coordinator, Mrs. Kiana Williams. She's the district lead for the 5,000 role model programs. They had a summit with young men and their high school site directors engaged in a host of experience, which was great for them to be involved in. They had hands-on experiences dealing with workshops, skill building exhibits. We had the high schools in attendance. We had Alonzo, Brandon, Durant, Gaither, Leonard, Newsom, Milton, Riverview, Strawberry Crest, Sumter, and Tampa Bay Tech. I also want to give special thanks to the following sponsors of the summit: the NAACP of Tampa, the Cardinal Consulting Group, and the Armley Arena. And I want to thank them for doing that. And I have something I just want to read. I want people to know that this board, we are working on the pipeline. Now, we got to start somewhere, and this is a good starting point to have the 5,000 role models. And this is something that's going around in the country, and we are working on it. Hillsborough County is working on breaking the school-to-prison pipeline. This is a disturbing national trend wherein youth are falling out of public schools into juvenile and criminal legal system. I also want to thank the Juvenile Justice Department, the law enforcement agencies, and all other organizations for working with the Hillsborough County school system so we could have a long way so we could get this resolved. Now, it's going to take time because this was before we came. So we got to start somewhere. And I want to say we got a long way to go, but we're working on it. And I want to thank the board for passing that. Right. I just said, right, the agenda item. It kind of touching to me because we talk about this all the time. And we talk about how we need to do things, but we are doing it. Board, we are doing it. It just takes a little time, and it's going to take some time. And I want to close out by A. Philip Randolph. He's a civil rights activist. He said, freedom is never given. It is won. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Member Washington. And I can't agree more with Member Rendon and the things that you're saying. It really is about getting more and more people in front of students and more support and more mentors and all of that. It's just so critical. I know we have a lot of, nobody wants to talk about boundaries and repurposing, but it is the most important thing that I will do while I'm sitting here, regardless if I'm here for one term or 2 terms. It is the most important thing that will happen. And I just want people to know that everybody here cares. I mean, that's why we're here, because we care about kids and we care about families. And I also have a daughter who's a senior this year in Hillsborough County Public Schools. So I understand how parents are feeling, and it is so important. And that's why a decision like this can't be made quickly. We only have one chance to decide this, and it has to be done right. And it has to be done, we're thinking about every single student and thinking about the district as a whole, and we can't just make a decision to make a decision. It's got to be really think about the long-term savings and also the long-term, you know, what happens 3 years or 5 years from now? We can't do something that's just going to be a fast win for a year. It's just not real because we're dealing with so many challenges. Every day I get emails from teachers who say they're going to leave. You know, my closest friend was looking, who has a master's degree, was looking at waiting tables once a week and doing something else. That's the reality. So we've got to really look at this. Wednesday, we'll be out at Webb Middle School for a community meeting. Thursday, I'll be out at the Keystone Civic Association with the community continuing to talk about this. These are the realities. Nobody wants to talk about it. Everybody wants to do this as long as it doesn't impact them, you know? So we really need to look at this. For me, it's not about re-election. It's not about anything but the future of this district and what that looks like for students and how important it is. It's not the school, it's the person in front of them. It's the secretary, it's the person who can drive them to school. People are the most important thing, and that's what impacts students every day. They don't say, hey, I went to a beautiful school. They said, that teacher talked to me that day. They cared about me. So we've got to put people in front of everything. And then just a couple things. I attended a lot of great events the last couple weeks. This Friday, Congresswoman Castor will have at Egypt Lake the recreational center, a newcomer center to support families, to help them, because we have so many students coming into town and country. And when we look at the prison to pipeline and things that we can do, one of the most important things to do is prepare kids for the future and also prepare them for technical vocational programs. And so that's why today, I know Member Rendon and I were here for Future Career Academy, and we just wanted to share a couple things and some perspectives of a former student who participated in Future Career Academy. So Pablo, if you'll show that real quickly.
I think it's important for all businesses to participate in Future Career Academy because we know that there's a shortage of labor in the workforce. We're all looking for good quality people, and so many students just don't know what direction they're going to go when they get out of high school. And we know that 70% are not going to graduate from college, and it's a shame to make those students feel badly about themselves before they've even gotten started in the workplace. And so we provide that opportunity for them to know what careers are out there that oftentimes not only the students are not aware, but their parents aren't even aware of.
I'll be honest with you, sounds like a broken record, but I actually had no plan. I was kind of open arms and just willing to accept anything. And then this Career Academy was brought up to my attention. I went, I saw countless jobs there, and just Stingray Chevrolet is just the one that intrigued me the most, and here I am.
I think even if a student isn't sure if they want to go to college or want to go to college for a short period of time or what they want to do, they should check out Future Career Academy because it still exposes you to what opportunities are out there. People will be amazed at what businesses are here in Hillsborough County and the opportunities they present.
Thank you, everyone, and this meeting is adjourned.